Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want to believe we have a problem. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Aren't you all a sight to behold? Kastswana le bantle lotlhe ikopele le kgofi le letona le mogolokwane. By the time the minister and his entourage were coming in, I was distracted because I was working on the program. But the way we do it in Africa is such that when elders come in, we rise. May we all rise. Belatedly, may we all rise. And a round of applause for the Honorable Minister of Transport and Infrastructure, Her Excellency Metaninga Suma, and of course the incoming President of the African Federation of Engineering Organization, Senior Engineer Refilwe Buthelezi, and all our dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. No, remain standing. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want for all of us to be part of the engineering DNA and create the perfect razzmatazz befitting geniuses extraordinaires in the form of engineers. Do you agree? Agonne monate ka Setswana. Le khofi le mogolokwane. We will be starting our program with the national anthem. You may be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Let me take this special opportunity to welcome you all to the Engineering Week, whose theme, ladies and gentlemen, is Engineering Solutions for a Sustainable World. We are broadcasting live from the capital, Gaborone. The place is called Fairgrounds Holdings, Boipuso Hall in particular. It's situated in the southeastern part of the city, adjacent to Tlokwen village bordering South Africa. We are in the closest proximity with our dear brothers and sisters, South Africa. We are streaming live on the ERB Facebook page. We are also streaming live on Engineers Council of South Africa. Also, we are there on YouTube, #WET25. We also are streaming live on Access Television. If you look on your tables there, there's a QR, PQR, whatever it means, code. Is it QR code? How do you say it? Is it QR code? Yes, you may scan it for the program. And the Wi-Fi needs no password, it's liquid Wi-Fi. You can just go to liquid search and then there's your Wi-Fi. Ladies and gentlemen, Monday to Friday, when everybody is seated in their homesteads and they just knocked off from their toiling jobs, I read news on national television, prime time, 6 to 10 p.m., 6 o'clock English news, 7 o'clock Setswana news, and then I interview your ministers and others, movers and shakers around 8 p.m., 9 o'clock English news, 10 o'clock, I close the show. I'm your MC. My name is Putego Benson Kagiso Putego. Thank you so much for the love. For the safety brief, I'm going to welcome a resident chef here. I'm told he's now a legal immigrant from Bulawayo, Zimbabwe. His name is Thulani. Thulani in Ndebele Zulu means Didimala, keep quiet. Tula Nana Tula, something like that. And his surname is Moyo. Moyo means heart. Let me welcome Chef Atulani Moyo. Give him a round of applause for the she moment.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. In the kitchens, we use a loud voice, so I expected you to sound with a loud voice. Thank you so much. My name is Chef Thulani Moyo. I'm the resident executive chef of Fairground Holdings. My task today is simple, to talk about the safety moment. The first part of my safety moment is talking about the evacuation plan. The exit points. On my right, there is an exit point in case of emergency. On my left, the small exit is an exit point for in case of emergency. And straight down, where I'm looking at, is an exit point in case of emergency. Our bathrooms, some they call them toilets. You go straight down. On my right is the ladies. On my left is the gents. You are welcome. The last part I'm going to talk about is the food. As I stand here as a chef, I'm going to serve you a beautiful gastronomy, including the Setswana cuisine. At 12 o'clock, will prove me right by that point. So enjoy, relax, and be safe. Please mind the potholes as you drive around Gaborone. After the floods, you'll find that there's potholes everywhere. And other potholes have got water. You might be stuck with your car there. Some of the robots outside there or the traffic lights are not working. So what we say in Botswana is that those who have come first, let them drive first. I thank you. Have a beautiful engineering week.
And there's something beautiful about this Zimbabwean accent. I actually have a friend of mine, he says Egypt is Egypt. The cocoa is very cold. I'm thinking cocoa is very cold. And they're very blunt and straightforward with their names. Never, again, love more, Darlington, blessing. You know, like that literal translation. That's how beautiful it is as Africans. We are together as one. I was interviewing one minister yesterday, the Minister for International Relations, and one of the callers asked, when are we opening the borders as Africans and having that singular currency? Maybe the wars in the DRC, the wars elsewhere in Sudan will come to an end because we will be one people. Anyway, that is what they said. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Thulani Ngube. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Minister of Transport and Infrastructure, Honorable Noah Sherikweri Lekua Machiachau Salakai. Give him a round of applause. Assistant Minister Honorable Kahile Tamelang, Permanent Secretary Ken Kitsajwang, South Africa's High Commissioner in Botswana, Her Excellency Taninga Shopesuma, ERB Leadership Host, Engineer Kabelo Motokholo, ERB Board Chair, Engineer Dennis Lotz, ERB Registrar, the incoming President, ladies and gentlemen, of the African Federation of Engineering Organizations, the Engineer Refilwe Buthelezi, FAEO Board, that is the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Transport Infrastructure, Mr. Kakamalo Ken Ketsajwang, the Continental Professional Engineering Institutions, residents of regional engineering bodies, international engineering leaders, other distinguished guests, notable attendees, CEOs, senior government officials here present, ladies and gentlemen, members of the media, to electrify us a little bit, this group started in the year 2015, and they said because there's lack of employment, especially for the youth, we are not going to roam the streets, we are not going to rob you of your hard-earned cash, we are not going to be delinquent or embark in any social ills. Rather, we are going to showcase and exhibit what Africa is about, what Botswana is about in the form of traditional song and dance. The name is Kudutamaga Dance Troupe. Kudutamaga means a huge and august congregation that comes together to do something, to prosecute a certain cause. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have them entertain us for a good 6 to 8 minutes, and then we continue with our program. Kudutamaga, and please don't come on stage. Pans. Zikara Kazomodi Poitse Kaing Galetsola Gagwe Lemokoro Zikara Kazomodi Po. That's a legendary song, folkloric song. A round of applause for Kuditamaga Traditional Dance Troupe. The gentleman who is coming in next hails from a village that is situated in the central administrative district of this republic. He is the ERB board chair. But before I introduce him, I would like for us to appreciate the huge collaboration between the Engineering Council of South Africa. That's how you say it? and the ERB of Botswana. I'm told now you are siblings. Your connection is somewhat umbilical and symmetrical, hence you are hosting together. A round of applause for such a clubbed effort. So I was saying for the welcome remarks, ke tla bo ke laleditse wa ga mmangatwa ga mabiletsa o kileng a biletsa sekgomantwa sekgoma ka ile ngwana monna la ena ba ibiletsa wa ga gata makgabana matlhara le mokgwasa maphiri le petakanya batho la ga phelefu ithiba dingwe ga masigo masapele. Okay, actually all the tribes in this country, I'll easily give you and narrate and recite their totem, tribal totems. That's what I learned when I was growing up. But on a professional synopsis of this gentleman, ladies and gentlemen, Re Motswakgole is a senior engineer. Re Kabelo Motswakgole is a professional engineer with over 35 years of experience in infrastructure development and research. Re Kabelo holds an MSc in geomaterials engineering from the University of London, among many other qualifications. He has a whole portmanteau qualification. Kabelo has reached and published in areas of pavement and materials engineering. He has co-authored a number of technical guidelines and manuals. Engineer Motswakgole is a member of several professional bodies, institutions. He is the past president of Association of Consulting Engineers, Botswana, ASEB. He is the past president of FIDIC Africa. Engineer Motswakgole is the managing director of HEPCO. I don't know if he's engineering HEPS. HEPCO, I don't know if it's got anything to do with traditional HEPS, but whatever engineering ingenuity he's taking there, it is still fine. And he's the director of CPP Botswana. Ladies and gentlemen, for the welcome remarks, Engineer Kabelo Motswakgole. Mo pelele khofi le tona le luitlola.
Dumelang bagaetsho. Our visitors might not know what that means if you don't respond in kind. Dumelang bagaetsho. Now they do. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's quite impressive standing here, looking at you, fellow engineers. My task is to welcome you. I was tempted to ride on the protocol established by the Director of Ceremonies. Then I realized that, like always, we need to also develop a protocol for our engineers, for the engineering fraternity. So you'll have to bear with me as I recognize those that are present here. First and foremost, I recognize the presence of the Minister of Transport and Infrastructure, Re Noah Salakai. Right, we are privileged and very, very thankful to have you here. We don't take it for granted, and we once again pledge our support for the task ahead of you. Assistant Minister of Infrastructure, Honorable Atamelang, we appreciate you, sir. Thank you so much for being here. The South African Commissioner in Botswana, Her Excellency, Me Taninga Shope Soma, the incoming President of the African Federation of Engineering Organization, Engineer Refilwe Buthelezi. Ra leboga mma, ra leboga hela thata gore be le re etetse. May I also take the opportunity to recognize you with your entire entourage. We truly appreciate you. The ERB board members and all past ERB board chairmen here present, may I take the opportunity to just kindly ask the ERB board members to stand up, the council to stand up, if you are here. Thank you very much. Thank you. President and all past presidents of Institution of Engineers, President and all past presidents of Association of Consulting Engineers and council members, President of FAEO, my dear sister, Engineer Linda Museki Litwiti, we appreciate you, madam. You know you've done well for us. You've represented us well across the region. Presidents and all past presidents of regional engineering organizations here present, captains of industry, our business partners and sponsors, distinguished guests, all members of the engineering fraternity, ladies and gentlemen, once again, good morning. Now that protocol is out of the way, I can do the welcome speech. It is with great pleasure and honor to welcome you to this historic occasion. It's historic in two fronts. It is we are celebrating the World Engineering Day as established by UNESCO. We are also witnessing a historic inauguration of the President of the Federation of African Engineering Organization. We really appreciate the fact that this is happening in our soil. We appreciate. Thank you so much. A round of applause, if you may. Today marks not only the engineering excellence, but also reaffirms the commitment to advancing engineering profession across African continent and beyond. The World Engineering Day, as established by UNESCO, is a powerful reminder of the critical role that engineers or engineering plays in advancing social development and shaping our planet. This year's theme, Shaping Our Sustainable Future Through Engineering, compels us to reflect on how engineering continues to transform lives, industry, and economies, from infrastructure that enables industries to develop and thrive to digital technology with all its benefits. The engineering profession is at the heart of human progress. Modern economies cannot exist without engineering, which is also the source of innovation. The theme is indeed a clarion call, challenging all of us to design and act with the future generations and the future of the planet in mind. Director of Ceremonies, it is my considered view that we should not only view sustainability through the lens of infrastructure, but rather be purposeful and focused on good quality education, training, and mentorship of young engineers. In our language, that is Tswana, we say, "Ke kgaka ga kena mmala, mmala o bonwa dikgakaneng." This simply means that future and sustainability of engineering should be seen and felt through the pulse of the young engineers. It should never be about us. It should always be about those who are coming, those that we are holding this planet in trust for. It is therefore the responsibility of every engineer to ensure that these young engineers are deliberately and appropriately facilitated to take their rightful place. Botswana is proud to be part of this global commemoration, and it is a privilege for us as the Engineers Registration Board to host this year's celebration alongside the prestigious inauguration of FAEO President. It is a great honor to witness this inauguration. As the new president of FAEO, it is a great honor to witness the inauguration of Engineer Refilwe Buthelezi as the new president of FAEO. Her election is not only a testament of her exceptional leadership in engineering sector, but also a recognition of her commitment to engineering advancement across the continent. We appreciate. A round of applause, if you may. I'll keep reminding you as we go along. As she assumes the role of FAEO President, we are confident that she will steer the Federation towards even greater heights, fostering collaboration, capacity building, and innovation among African engineers. Since its inception, the ERB has been at the forefront of engineering regulation and professional development in Botswana. Our commitment to upholding standards and promoting engineering excellence remains unwavering. We are proud to host this year's Engineering Week, which will run from 3rd of March to the 7th of March. Starting today with this inauguration and then proceeding on to the Engineering Forum. The theme for this year is From Imagination to Implementation, the Engineering Journey. Engineering is not just about technical proficiency, it is about problem solving, innovation, and sustainability. Our role as regulators and stakeholders is to ensure that engineering profession remains relevant, responsive, and resilient in the face of global challenges. The recent unexpected rains, have shown these global challenges and have made it very clear in terms of focusing our attention to resilient infrastructure. As Africa continues its journey towards industrialization and infrastructure development, engineers remain at the center of economic growth. The African Continental Trade Agreement presents immense opportunity for cross-border engineering collaboration, investments in infrastructure, and promotion of indigenous African solutions. Additionally, aligning the AU Sustainable Development Goals ensures that engineering remains a tool for inclusive growth, environmental conservation, technological advancement. The work of FAEO in this regard is pivotal. With Engineer Buthelezi at the helm, we look forward to seeing increased engagement in policies that strengthen African engineering. Ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate this remarkable day, let us all be reminded that engineering is a discipline of continuous learning and adoption. The future belongs to those who embrace the innovation, ethics, and collaboration. I encourage all engineers, professionals, and young aspiring engineers to seize this opportunity for growth, mentorship, and leadership. Fellow engineers, I think it's important to say we need to jealously guard this noble profession. One of the biggest threats facing the profession stems from the fact that all infrastructure project involves large sums of money. This has attracted interest from some people who have absolutely no interest in the advancement of the profession and the improvement of the people's lives. Their interest being purely money. If we do not find a way of meaningfully addressing this threat, we stand to see an erosion of public confidence in the engineer and what we stand for. This threat will certainly make it very difficult, if not impossible, to move from imagination to implementation. We have to look at incorporating ethics and ethical conduct in our children from a very young age, in schools, at home, in all engineering schools, and in all firms and associations. The other threat that we have, ladies and gentlemen, is unemployment. Unemployment of our young engineers threatens the very sustenance of our profession because they need to finish school and know that there is something to be done. They need to finish school and know that what they have learned can be implemented. As engineers and as ERB, we pledge our support to be able to be part of the solution in coming up with a solution to this. And I know all the engineering bodies in Botswana, Botswana Institution of Engineers, Association of Consulting Engineers Botswana, are very mindful of this fact, and I encourage us to pull together with government in seeing how we can address this problem. To Engineer Buthelezi, Madam President, on behalf of the Engineers Registration Board and the entire engineering community of Botswana, we extend our warmest congratulations. Your leadership will shape the future of engineering in Africa, and we are excited to support your journey in advancing FAEO's mission. In conclusion, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the distinguished guests, our sponsors, speakers, and participants who have made this occasion a success. We look forward to engaging discussions and fruitful collaborations in Reaching Engineering Week. May I kindly invite our visitors to take advantage of being here and spend a few more days to appreciate the beauty of the country and to enjoy the hospitality of the Botswana people. I once again welcome you all to the World Engineering Day celebration and the inauguration of the FAEO President. As we say in our language, Pula. I thank you very much.
Indeed, an African, a brotherly, warm welcome. Another round of applause for Engineer Kabelo Motsokgole, ERB. In Botswana, you say ERB, right? In Zimbabwe, they will say ERB, right? My brothers from Zimbabwe. Yeah. I actually would marvel in the score of the English spoken by the former in that country. There was a time when I think the sanctions were coming in, and unfortunately, the new president in the US is very lucky because uncle is no more. I would imagine how he would address him if he was still alive. Because I remember back then when they were doing those sanctions, imposing them on Zimbabwe, and then they had to go to Asia to forge alliances there. He said, we have turned our backs on the west, where the sun sets, and we have looked to the east, where the sun rises. He had this way of speaking his English in beautiful analogies and stuff. So please, a round of applause one more time for the welcome remarks, ladies and gentlemen. Let's now have the next item, that is the introduction of all of our guests here today, and it will be performed by another brother, a great man also, whose village is just a stone's throw away from Zimbabwe, Tutume. We say Tutume, but there's a way they say it, Tutume or something. That's how they say it. And I want to believe that his accent would not be far from his brother's accent as well. Dr. Shadrach Chilume Kobole is the Managing Director of William Lee Associates, a leading civil and structural engineering consultancy firm with a deep-rooted passion for professional skills development and capacity building in the construction industry. Dr. Kobole is dedicated to driving the growth and excellence, particularly within Botswana. His leadership at the William Lee Associates reflects his commitment to enhancing industry standards and nurturing talent to meet evolving market demands. Dr. Kobole's vision is to create a sustainable and dynamic construction sector through strategic initiatives and impactful collaborations. After all, ladies and gentlemen, he's a doctor. A round of applause for Dr. Kobole.
Good morning. I was just asking the MC, where does he get all that information which has been talking about me? Well, mine is to introduce the delegates. And let me ask for forgiveness should I mispronounce your name. Honorable Minister of Transport and Infrastructure, Honorable Noah Salekai, the Assistant Minister, Kiahile Atamela, Ken K. Kisajwang, Permanent Secretary of that ministry. We do have also the South African High Commissioner in Botswana, Her Excellency Tangani Shope Suma, and also among us is the RB leadership of Botswana, Engineer Mutwahule, who is the board chair, Dennis Ulautse, the registrar. We also would like to introduce the FAEO board. We start with the president, Refilwe Buthelezi, who is the 7th president of FAEO. Engineer Bypass D. Kazawade, I'm sorry about that, the immediate past president of FAEO. Kellen Brown headed the past president of FAEO. Engineer Joshua Igube, the executive director of FAEO. We also have the Continental Professionals Engineering Institution. Engineer T.C. Matikani, Vice President of South African Institute of Engineers. Engineer Wesley Kalumba, the President of Engineering Institute, Zambia. Engineer Hesman Prayag, the President of Mauritius Institute of Engineers, or Institution of Engineers. Asa Maipopo, the President of Institute of Engineers, Tanzania. Dr. Ben Rafi Moyo, the President of Zimbabwe Institute of Engineers. I hope my accent now is connected to Zimbabwe. The chairman have said that since I'm thrown from my home village to Zimbabwe, I should be having the same accent. We do have also Shama Kitime, the President of Institute of Kenya. Jen Bernard Sia Suma, the President of Engineers of DRC, or the Democratic Republic of Congo. We do have also Charles Mukwaso, Namibian Institute of Engineers. We do have Bridget Samula, the Chief Executive Officer of the Engineering Council of South Africa. We do have David Kamungu, the Registrar of Engineering Institute of Zambia. We do have Ms. Emilia Musaledi, the board chair of the board chair of the Council of Building Environment in South Africa. We do have the president and the CEO of the Voluntary Association of South Africa. Among us also, we do have the regional bodies. We do have Engineer Linda Musegi, the President of South African Federation of Engineering Organization, FAEO, the one who have been praised by the board chair. She's our sister. She's the champion of engineering here in this country. We do have the engineer, Dr. Kwame Aboche, past president of Ghana Institute of Engineers. We do have also international engineering leaders. Engineer Mustafa Ben Shehu, the president of the World Federation of Engineering Organization. He's not with us today, but he's mentioned here. Another distinguished guests are Engineer Dr. Bola Mudaseru, Nigerian Institute of Highway Engineering and Transportation. We do have Engineer Tumelo Nkemetsi from Botswana Power Corporation. We do have Friedrich Slambert, the president of South African Institute of Civil Engineers, SIASI. We do have Gloria Baitsepi, UNESCO Science Program Specialist. We do have Kwani Baoche, Administration Oath of FAEO President. We also would take note of the notable attendances who are here, all CEOs present, and also the media house present today. You are all welcome, and we hope we will have a deliberate and exciting exchange of ideas, most especially in terms of providing guidance in how we can really build and transfer skills to our young ones. Thank you.
Thank you, the good doctor. I know he's already introduced, but I want to give a big shout out to my brothers and sisters engineers from Botswana. Give them a round of applause. From the Republic of South Africa, give them a round of applause. From Namibia, Namib Desert, coastal lines of Namibia, give them a round of applause. From Uganda, give them a round of applause, brothers and sisters. From Burkina Faso, a round of applause. From Mauritius, a round of applause. From the Niger Delta, Nigeria, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. From the Democratic Republic of Congo, may peace be upon my brothers and sisters. Give them a round of applause. Mulishani, nikuicha kushalo kumiemo. Kuzambia, waletia buino engineers. Bless you, my brothers and sisters from Zambia and from Zimbabwe. Beautiful Zimbabwe. Give them a round of applause. Thank you very much, Asante Sana, from Kenya, from Tanzania. Give them a round of applause. Mungu is good all the time. Thank you so much. And all other countries present, we thank you for being with us. This is the 4th installment of the Engineering Week. Tomorrow you'll be having the Engineering Forum. It will be the 5th installment of it. We never do it without poetry. In Africa, poetry is condensed milk, while prose is plain milk. Let's enjoy, because I want this gentleman to come and praise our minister. We have it doesn't sound awkward, but we have like a handsome, good-looking minister. You know, when someone is good-looking, they speak in front of you, you are able to listen, to pay attention, right? Kibua sentagere. Honorable Minister. mme ebile gape o bapile le mohumagadi yo montle ha ke re wa gagwe ke gore ke ra gore mohumagadi like a queen from South Africa, Buthelezi. To the far left there, you'll see Her Excellency Metaninga Shope Suma. Let me tell you, High Commissioner of South Africa in Botswana here, Ms. Suma, has been very instrumental in supporting every activity. You go, South Africa, you are always there. A round of applause. I want to appreciate you. This poet that I'm introducing, he's a clerk of the House of Chiefs. You know, you have your clerk of parliament, but he's there in the House of Chiefs. I'm not sure if I'm giving him the correct appellation or honorific, but I'm sure that he's there in the House of Chiefs. If the English goes south, he corrects. Okay? I'm saying it with due respect. He's a celebrated poet. You'll see him and his regalia. He's saying, in Africa, this is how we used to dress, and this is how I'm going to dress. Give it up for our poet, Moroka, Mureri.
Dumelang bagaetsho. Dumelang ka pula. Pula. Pula haina ne ganna moralela. Moralela o ga be go rongwa monna go tenoa. A re open le hohi ka moralela. Moralela we Bensini Moralela o kile wa heta. Moralela wa tsamotse. Bensini wa biletswa monna. Monna Bensini abidiwa nuwa. Moralela wa emawe. Moralela ha o heta Bensini o bilediwa monna Bensini. Monna bidiwa nuwa gore moralela o khutle. Le maloba uno utile mo Botswana ga bidiwa monna. Monna bidiwa nuwa. Moralela wa khuta. Le ka good morning. Ha ke re good morning Shope. Lwana kana o tshwana le moralela. Ha re ga lona gona le mosadi. Mosadi ke moralela. Moralela o motona. Moralela wa dikgang tse di monate. A ke go dumedise ka Sekgowa kana ka Sezulu. Sarah, how are you? Ke tsile go dumedisa Sarah. Ke tsile go go leba mo sehateng. Ke ntse ke utlwa motswagolo a go tshomela Sekgowa ka re tota wa ba ira eng motswagole. Ke eng hela o sa bue Setswana motswagole. Ampo tshoswa ke gore merahe e mengwe itsile kwano ke ntse ke utlwa o e bolela le Bensena e bolela. Ka re motswagole ba tlogela hela o bua Setswana e tle ba bapele ditoloki wena o bua Setswana ka gore kgang e re itetseng hano ke a Setswana. Re tetse kgang e kgolo Sarah. Sarah o sa lo tle wa leina le lentle ke ntse ke sa go bone gompieno ntle ba se hatlogo ke tsile go go le ba se hata Sarah. Leina la gago ha motho a bua o ka re o ka tshega. Good morning Sarah. Ga wa bapa o le nosi ke utlwa go tutsile go tshwaraganya mellwane e le mebedi. E rile ha ke botsa gore o tswa kae Sarah ga se Sarah hela leina la gago o bidiwa Mpho ke Mpho a Lehatshe. Le Molebe sentle Kgarebe. le molebe mo matlhong thata motho o tile go tshwaraganya lehatshe kwa tswang teng o tswa kwa Aforika Borwa mme gape ha le mono a bidiwa Mpho o ka re o tswa mo Botswana le Lesotho go a mo tshwanna Sara o ka re o tswa Lesotho mme ke utlwa gote motho o montle Sara o ntse o bolelwa ke ntse ke utlwa maina a gago ke tsile go a bitsa ka go a peteketsa e rile mmago a go le ba Sara mokwatla o kileng wa belega motho a belega kgarebe ntle kgarebe a marata go le jwa e rileng basimanyana ba eleletsa go thajwa gato ga e ka ke a thajwa gongwe le gongwe kgarebe e tshwanetse e tshwana le kgomo e tona e tshwanetse masulu a le nosi masulu ke ona a ka e kgonang a le nosi bora Buthelezi ba ka e dira makasima Sara ke tsile go go dumedisa o e go bolelela monna yo le wa gago Mozwanelwa o mo reele thata o mo re Mozwanelwa o mo re o re ke mmitsa Mozwanelwa o mo tlhalosetse thata gore ke mmitsa jang ka re ke Mozwanelwa ka wa tshwanelwa o mo re o re ko Botswana leina la gago ga le tolokololwa go ate wa tshwanelwa morwa Buthelezi wa tshwanelwa o tshwanelwa ke kgarebe go ga o ntse o neelwa thomo e tona mosadi a le montle e rile ga ke go leba ke utlwa go te o neelwa botautona ka tshega e be ka lepa ke ratile go bolwa ke ditshego Sara boitumelo ba ka bo ratile go mphetsela bogelo ke tshegile e be ka lapa ka re jaanong kana thomo ke gone e siameng thomo ga e beilwe mo gomme e siame thomo ga e beilwe mo tharing e siame mosadi ke ene kuba mosadi ke ene motshwarateu mosadi ke ene moagalelwapa lapa la maenjinere o le tshware ka thata lapa la maenjinere o le tshware go tlhoagetswe gongwe le gongwe jaanong go boela Aforika motswagole o ntse a bua a re ga re bole go itia ka dio tsa makgwa a Sara makgwa o ka re a re gaisa mme ga bana mosola o ba bolelele le nna ke a ba bolelela mosola o ka kwano mo go rona Sara a ko o e go tsenya tlhogo re itirele selefounu e e tswang mo Botswana re itirele melemo e e tswang mo Aforika le rona dikepe di tswe di rwaleletse ka morwalo o motona wa ganoa o bapile le monna a le motona noa ke tsile go go neela lebogolo wena o nneele sata ke tsile go hatela pholo a tona wa mpona ke a hata pholo a tona wa mpona ke kokoroga magatla ke a be ke itumela ga ke go lebile segata noa ka o ntse o ukwa ke go boka ke re ga wa bokwa ke nna o botkilwe ko legodimong go tule ga o tsena morwalla o tla kokobela motswagole o ntse a bua merwalla e le mebedi ke tsaya gore o motsere ka tlhamalong o tule ka mmogo a re magodu a ipopa tiro e ba e dirang ga se ya bomakailakwani tiro e ba irang ke ya batho ba tsenye sekwele noa o tsentse sekwele ga tshela gago le tsentse sekwele thele tsa rona di sisitse di ntsha batho ba ba dirang tiro e batlang madi a boitshega a re mo o bone thata e rile maloba o iporota ke ra o ipua bontle o ipua le lekoko la gago wa re rona ga re tsena re tlile go nyeletsa tshenyetso mme o setse a go sebeditse motswagole motho o itse go sebetsa thata ina la gagwe le ka bidiwa whistleblower o ka tshwanna a re o tsholetse nko a gagwe e tona nko a phego e tsholetse thata magodu a ipupile ka kwano ba utlwalela hela go te madi a teng e be ba re ke maenjinere e leng ka nontse o mo araba ka maloba ke utlwile o re jaanong o tšhentšhalewa o gopola monna o motona o gopola Van Rensburg wa re ga gona thuto mo Botswana ntse re rutwa go ruta re lebile ko godimo batho tota ba ba rutilweng mo Botswana ke maenjinere ba rutilwe go tshwara ka diatla ba rutilwe go dirisa dilo tse di mo tikologong wa re nna ke a go simolola borekeiti ke boela ko marakanelong a ditsela no a le nna ke a go roma tsamaya o e gore a batho re borekeiti ga bo a thaiwa sentle gompieno o ba raya o re o tswa sekweleng sa mahala o tswa go tsena dithuto tsa ga e golelwe borekeiti bo tshwarabologe thata borekeiti bo tsenwe ke maenjinere silabase ya bone e se ka irwa ke batho ba sekwele ba ka e senya noa silabase ya teng e dirwa ke motswagole o ba pele ene le Refilwe ba go sebetse thata bana ba Botswana ko di-brigade ba ire engineering ke sone sekwele se se tona ke letse ke utlwa batho ba re ko brigade go agiwe hela ba re o re ba maaka thatanoa mosupi wa gago ke nna re le babedi batho bao ba yaka brigade ke sekwele sa engineering ka motswagole o se tshometse sekgowa a re kgaka e rutwa mebala e nna mebala a yone mo dikgakaneng o buile Setswana se se tona o mo reetse thata monye wa me o mo utswa bute monye wa me ko ke go rapelago monye wa me o mo utswa bute tšhatša gore a re boele ko borikeiteng borikeiti le gone o ka re bo ka sengwa leina ba se ka ba bidiwa borikeiti o bo reye leina o re ke RB mme ga Batswana le ka ba pata le ka ba palela thata o re sekwele seo se bidiwa Refilwe o se reele ka mosadi o montleo dikwele tsa borikeiti di bidiwe bo Refilwe ka o tla siana le papa o tla go di kopela madi ke ntse ke utlwa go tswa kope partnership a kopela Botswana madi a kopela Afrika madi mo reele dikwele leina kgomo e terewe ka motho a le motona wa itse re godile mmogo noa kgomo wa bogologolo ne e bidiwa Hertsogo go tswa monna o senata gompieno a sekwele re se bitse Refilwe di ka mo re di bitse Buthelezi di ka mo re di bidiwe Bompho tsela tse di yang teng di bidiwe noa ka o tlile go kgalemela morwalla wa Bosena kitso noa o tlile go remela morwalla wa Lehuma ka e rile ga o iporota gapela bobedi noa wa re ke tlile go nyeletsa lethoko la ditiro ke tlile go segogatsa noa gore Modimo a go thuse mo ineng ja rara le mo ineng ja morwanoa le mo ineng ja moa o boitshepo ke go segogatsa jaaka Boširi ke go segogatsa jaaka TB Joshua ke go segogatsa jaaka banna ba Roma le batšhetše ba kopane le tšhukutšhuku e le mmogo mme la bogelo ke go segogatsa ka sekgowa fire atamela ngwa atamele thata wa mpona ke bishopo wa atamele noa lo yena o te go tsaya disegogatswa atamelang ramogapilo yena o te go gapa ka emere wa mpona ke monna le motona ke segogaditse noa a Modimo a tholele lona maenginere a tholele merahi e tetseng ha ke utlwile go buiwa Zambia ke utlwile go buiwa Tanzania ke utlwile go buiwa Kenya Uganda le ene o mo teng go hano ga o tona sala kae o ta utona a boditšhaba ramogapi wa nka tumela tsala ka o montle ke gapa e ntsho gapa e tshwana la bana matsetele kwa ntshwanna Benson ke heditse ke ne nka se ka tsamaya ke sa tshola sepe modisa o tsamaya ka kgamelo o tsamaya a tshwetse go boitshega sala le Modimo ke a tsamaya folo a tona ke a kokoroga fire la mpona ga ke motho ke a kokobela shophe o dumela thata re batla go bua ko South Africa re batla go tsamaya re le mmogo re batla go tsamaya re le lekoko ga gare ga lehatshe bula mellwane shophe o bulele DRC thata go letse go le ntwa teng gompieno re kwa re hape wa bona ke a bidiwa shophe ga nke ke tsamaya hela ke tsamaya masikseke ke tshwana le monna le lobi ke tsamaya ka go kokwa ke tsile go neelwa ke motho a le motona monga sekepe wa nnela mo ineng ja rara le ja mora le ja mo boitshepo fire
Wow! A round of applause for our praise poet, Moroka Mureri. He's from a village called Mulepulole, Kemokwena. His chiefs or kings are very legendary. They defeated, is it Petri Thief? It should be Petri Thief, or is it Andres Pretorius? Battle of the Mawe. They defeated the Boer, is it 1852? Somewhere around there. And his chief was using a cannon. Is it Sebele? Is it Sichele? Yes, names should not escape me, but ke kolobe ya ga moheta mogale tlhaba ntja e fule re buijane jaaka kwetla selemo bo bota ja thoko tsa marubo a bone magana mankganama tse di mafura tshoswane tsa go loma botlhoko le sonya tse di lumileng ka bana ka kabala matlhakolo mo ntshwaga bibi ga. In our midst, we have Minister Salakai, Noah Salakai. What a name. A round of applause, Honorable Minister, to you. And we also have Assistant Minister of Transport Infrastructure, Honorable K. Tamelang. We thank you, Honorable Minister. We really thank you. A round of applause for Assistant Minister. And he arrived at the right time. The Minister of Water and Human Settlements, Honorable Ramohapi, also Member of Parliament for Palape, the fastest developing village in this country along the railway line of the Bechuanaland and the Smith of the Rhodesia. Honorable Ramohapi, we celebrate you. Please give it up for Honorable Ramohapi. Thank you for coming. Thank you so much. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, message from Southern African Federation of Engineering Organizations, FAEO, Engineer Ms. Linda Moseki Litsuiti. Please, your message. Give a round of applause. Jaka Kohela Kakwano, Mayor Litsuiti. All the women in the house are a sight to behold. Whoever did not thought that engineers are beautiful, now is the time to marvel, okay? FAEO President.
Okay, no, I think it's fine. Thank you so much. Good morning, Bagaitso Dumelang. I guess we always celebrate at the Happy Valentine's. Can you all also celebrate our day? Let's say Happy World Engineering Day. Can you all say so? We have to celebrate ourselves. Who will celebrate us if we don't do it? So thank you so much. Honorable ministers present, assistant ministers present, the South Africa High Commissioner to Botswana, Madam President of FAEO, past presidents FAEO, regional presidents, FAEO Executive Committee members and board members, FAEO executive members, distinguished guests, members of the Diplomatic Corps, ERB Chairperson, Ramo Tswahole. I appreciate what you said about me. Thank you. I didn't know that you value that. Thank you. Chairpersons of engineering regulatory bodies, presidents of engineering institutions, industry leaders, and esteemed colleagues, good morning. Dumelang and Horohang Kapula. Before I can commence my speech, as the president of FAEO, I would like to recognize the Executive Council that has also graced this event, Madam President, if you may allow me. I will also recognize some of our colleagues from other regional bodies that Engineer Kobole erroneously did not mention them. But those who I may not include, may you kindly pardon me for that. Thank you. I will start off with the FAEO Executive Council members. I'll start off with Engineer Tsamba from the Order of Engineers, Mozambique. May you please rise up? Thank you. And then Dr. Farai Mavia Biza. She's the president of Zimbabwe Institute of Engineers, ladies and gentlemen. Mamuketi Ntane, the president of Lesotho Engineering Association. Engineer Kaluba, Engineer Engineering Institution of Zambia. Thank you. He's not alone, he's with his executive director, David Kamungu, and other members. Thank you. We also have Engineer Raj from Institution of Mauritius, Engineers Mauritius. Is he here? Thank you. And then Engineer Kobole from Botswana. May you rise up. We also have the past president of the Botswana Institution of Engineers, Red Donald Kandima. We need you to be recognized, sir. Past chairperson of the board, Me Makwakwa, Engineer Kwakwa, can you rise up? Our very own celeb, ex-president, Madam FAEO. Thank you, she's also and members from FAEO and other regions present. And I would also like to recognize the presence of the board chairman, Dr. Boake, board chairman of Ghana regulatory body, thank you. Also the board chair of the Tanzania Regulatory Board. May you kindly rise up, thank you. Then the president of the Institution of Tanzania, Maipopo, may you kindly rise up, thank you. Our past president of the Tanzania Institution of Engineers, where is she? Engineer Gemma. I'm proud to be introducing ladies ministers. And then we also have colleagues from the Tanzania Electric Supply Company. Amongst us, can you kindly rise up? Where are they? Where are the engineers? Oh, thank you. And the executive director from the Tanzania Institution of Engineers. Thank you. We also have the past president of Kenya Institution of Engineers, Engineer Eric Owino, or Ogai. Where is he? Oh, there is he. Thank you. These are part of my family members. That's why I really want to appreciate, because they are finally here in Botswana. And then last is Engineer Colleen Boshedet, our past president of FAEO and the first female president of FAEO. Thank you so much. So I'd now come to why I'm here. Thank you so much. Yes, it is with immense pride and gratitude that I stand before you today as the president of FAEO, representing 11 member states across the SADC region. Today we gather here for a momentous occasion, the inauguration of one of our own, the esteemed Madam Engineer Refilwe Buthelezi, as the president of FAEO. As a Motswana, this moment is especially significant, welcoming you all to my home country to witness this historic event. It is a new dawn for the engineering profession in Africa. Madam President, today we celebrate you, not just your inauguration, but also the inspiration you bring to young aspiring engineers, particularly young girls who will watch this event and dare to dream bigger. Your journey is a beacon of hope, a testament to the fact that engineering leadership is for all who aspire to it. We salute you. Can you kindly just give her the round of applause? We are celebrating her. Thank you. We also extend our sincere appreciation to EXA and the FAEO board for selecting Botswana as the host for this prestigious event. I've realized that I left part of my family as I'm mentioning EXA. The Vice President of EXA, TC, may you please rise up. This is my brother, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, my apologies. And my Dr. Bridget, our EXA CEO. Thank you so much. When I'm out in international conferences, I'm always with the South Africans because I feel very safe and comfortable being in their midst. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah. So this is the time, ladies and gentlemen, of great transition for our nation, with a dynamic new administration at the helm, one that echoes the progressive leadership. This administration has placed manufacturing, innovation, and economic growth at the center of its agenda, a vision that resonates deeply with the engineering community. We look forward to unlocking business potential, facilitating ease of doing business, and activating and actively engaging in the AFCTA initiative. With engineering at the heart of development, this is truly a defining moment for our profession. Our government has underscored the importance of stakeholder consultation and inclusivity, values that the engineering community has long advocated for. These inaugurations come at a pivotal time, just before the implementation of the new financial year's budget, and present an opportunity to establish stronger collaborations between the engineering sector and the government. FAEO proudly pledges its unwavering support to FAEO and its president in all initiatives that will drive engineering forward in Africa. At the recently concluded SADC Energy Week, ladies and gentlemen, I witnessed a powerful ministerial panel discussion where leaders from across the SADC region emphasized unity, cooperation, and most importantly, implementation. The resounding message was clear. We must move beyond discussion and act. FAEO is ready to collaborate closely with governments in the SADC region, including Botswana, to address critical engineering challenges that have regional and continental implications. The lack of equitable distribution of projects stifles engineering firms, hinders employment, and impacts professional institutions. If national institutions struggle, so do their regional and continental counterparts, like FAEO and FAEO, weakening our ability to uphold professional standards and safeguard public interest. It is therefore imperative that governments ensure a continuous pipeline of infrastructure projects, fostering employment, capacity building, and skills transfer. We also commend Botswana's decision to adopt the public-private partnership model, as this will encourage collaboration among engineers and stakeholders to drive national development needs. Engineering is not just about infrastructure. It is about transforming lives. When engineers are actively engaged in policy formulation, the result is improved quality of life, better healthcare, and more efficient education system. Africa has the talent, honorable ministers, and expertise to solve its challenges. We do not need to look east or west for solutions, that we have a rich pool of professionals capable of tackling issues like flood management, infrastructure development, and industrialization. Engineers make it happen. That's our BIE slogan. With closer collaboration between national governments, regional bodies like FAEO, and continental organizations like FAEO, we can harmonize standards to facilitate mobility, ensure skills transfer, and enhance engineering capacity. It is time for Africa to maximize its abundant natural resources, not just as sources of revenue, but as foundations for industrialization. We must invest in manufacturing, innovation, and technology-driven solutions that support infrastructure, agriculture, and economic growth. We need transparent procurement processes that prioritize local expertise, ensuring that development benefits our people first. The lack of capacity building and skills transfer has left local professionals sidelined in their own countries. Botswana once had a thriving local contractor industry that built schools and provided essential services. But without structured skills development, foreign firms quickly dominated the sector. However, it is never too late to refocus. Investing in infrastructure, operations and maintenance will not only create jobs, but also position Botswana and the region for greater economic success. As we embrace the fourth industrial revolution, it is critical to modernize engineering education to ensure competency-based digital learning approaches. We need an education system that equips engineers with the tools to drive sustainable development and respond to modern challenges with innovative solutions. FAEO stands ready to support initiatives that build capacity, foster entrepreneurship, and turn bold ideas into tangible outcomes. Women and youth must play a central role in shaping the future of engineering. Last year, honorable ministers, I was honored to receive the Women in Engineering Excellence Award from ERB. A recognition that has motivated me to push for meaningful change. I am pleased to announce the launch of the Women in Engineering of Botswana initiative, which will advocate for equitable opportunities, capacity building, and youth empowerment. This initiative, in partnership with FAEO, and WAFEO Women in Engineering, will be officially launched this Thursday by the Minister for State President, and with participation from men as well. So we invite you to that session, ladies and gentlemen, our colleagues. Because gender inclusion is a shared responsibility, I believe. Honorable Minister, leadership in engineering must reflect expertise and diversity. Botswana remains one of the few countries in the region that does not fully integrate engineers into decision-making positions in public institutions. Engineering underpins all sectors: transportation, I'm glad that you are here, technology, water, energy, health, among others. Yet engineers are underrepresented in policy formulation. We urge the government to ensure that experienced professionals have a voice in shaping national development strategies, whether through board positions, advisory councils, or regulatory bodies. Innovation thrives when leadership is diverse and expertise-driven. We welcome the government's commitment to public-private partnerships, as highlighted in the recent budget speech. FAEO and FAEO members have the expertise to drive these projects forward in partnership with Botswana professionals, ensuring skills transfer and capacity building. We must take charge of our own development instead of relying on external players to shape our progress. FAEO has made significant strides in advancing engineering, including its recent MOU with AFCTA, which aims to unlock traditional trade opportunities for African professionals. FAEO, on the other hand, has championed the drafting of the Mutual Recognition Agreement to enable the mobility of engineers across the region, ensuring access to opportunities that drive regional development. When engineering professionals can move freely across Africa, it fosters skills exchange, innovation, and growth. For governments to succeed, they must see engineers as partners in national development. We hope that the new administration will open its doors to industry players and create a merit-based environment that fosters sustainable growth. With FAEO's leadership, led by the dynamic and accomplished engineer Refilwe Buthelezi, we are confident that Africa's engineering sector will reach new heights. Madam President, on behalf of FAEO Executive Council and General Membership, we wish you great success in your tenure. We also extend our best wishes to our Honorable Minister, Ray Salakai, and his assistant, and Ramo Happy present here, and the President of Botswana, in their efforts to transform our nation and support the engineering fraternity. Pula Bagaetso.
That's a gesture of chivalry. There's a few of us who are left whose gentility, radiates around. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for woman power, Umandla. Mama Buthelezi, ngizizulu ukuthi wathinta abafazi wathinta impokoto. You strike a woman, you strike a rock. Kastswana mosadi ke thari ya setšhaba. Bomme ba baha, we celebrate you all, the women in the house. God bless you all. God bless you all. Thank you. Another round of applause, please, for Mayor Linda Moseki, the President FAEO. And the way you do it, it's like, I don't know whether because you are engineers, there's a lot of Chinese in the construction industry. Some of these names, I don't know whether you are trying to please the Chinese. FAEO, SAFAEO, WEFAEO, SAIE. I don't know, are you trying to please the People's Republic? You want their money. SAFAEO, FAEO, WEFAEO. And talking about that, there are other two people that I think we should recognize their presence here. That is the SAIE, South African Electrical Engineers, or Institute of Electrical Engineers, something like that. President Pascal Moswasele, round of applause. You should thank me. I'm a nice guy. I'm recognizing. Yes. And you watch TV later. I'll be reading news and saying that name correctly, okay? And then we also have South African Institute of Mechanical Engineering, Samio Che. President Michael Mashele. See, I'm nice. I'm nice to you. The next item is very important, ladies and gentlemen. It marks the apex of this particular day, because the gentleman that I'm going to call forth is your host, and this gentleman is going to introduce a good man, the Honorable Minister. He's going to introduce him, and he's from the village called Kanye. It's a tribe that is seriously enterprising, especially women from that village that are enterprising. They've got this entrepreneurial spirit. When you are in communal arrangement with them and you try to bring the flowers on Valentine's or the chocolates, they will tell you, no, brother, please, you'd rather bring a door frame or a window frame or a bag of cement. So, ke wa ga maila bobela wa se tlhong ga se uparle wa ga hinyana hiya wa ga phetsona ga motshwagadi matshaba le bokgomo matlogela temo le se folela ke ene Dennis tota engineer Dennis Opa Olautse. Ladies and gentlemen, he holds a Bachelor of Engineering in Electrical and Electronics Engineering from 1994 and an MBA 2003 from the University of Botswana, as well as a Certified Director credential from the Institute of Directors in South Africa in 2020. Dennis previously spent 20 plus years at the Botswana Power Corporation, progressing from graduate engineer to manager in the transmission. Our host, engineer, registrar himself to introduce our keynote speaker. Give it up for Senior Engineer Dennis Opa Olautse. He's your host.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC. Good morning. You all look African. And maybe I should say, Oye, Africa. Africa, Oye. Thank you very much. Honorable ministers here present, allow me to ride on the protocol already observed. For the sake of time, I wish to introduce our guest speaker today. And I have the honor to introduce Mr. Noah SLM Salakai, the Minister of Transport and Infrastructure of the Republic of Botswana. Mr. Salakai is a statistician and researcher by profession and also a staunch politician. I'm thinking statistics for some who are not necessarily in this room. At the university, they couldn't do statistics because they couldn't differentiate between mean, median, and mode. So the Salakais were the ones who were able to make that distinction and pursue statistics. He graduated from the University of Botswana with both degree and master's in statistics. He has worked in different institutions, including, among others, the African Development Bank, the Human Resource Development Council, as well as Statistics Botswana. But his political desire drove him to pursue politics full-time. He got engaged in politics during his early years while at the University of Botswana and was an active member of the Botswana National Front Party Youth League. He entered the National Assembly, that's Botswana Parliament, in 2014 to 2019, representing the Hansi constituency. In October 2024, he won the election to represent the Hansi constituency again as a member of parliament under the umbrella for democratic change and subsequently appointed the Minister of Transport and Infrastructure. On that note, join me in welcoming Mr. Salakai to the podium.
Ke a leboga, sir. Ke a leboga the Director of Ceremonies, Mr. Putego, Benson Kagiso Putego. I don't know where he has gone. Okay. The Minister of Water and Human Settlements, and also Member of Parliament for Palape, Mr. Onetse Ramuhapi. The Assistant Minister in the Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure, Mr. Kiwagile Atamelang. Your Excellency, the Ambassador of South Africa to Botswana, Taninga Shope. I'm not sure whether she's here, but okay, thank you. Engineer Kabelo Mtsaholi, the ERB Board Chair, Engineer Dennis Ulaotse, ERB Registrar, Engineer Refilwe Buthelezi, the incoming president, 7th president of FAEO, okay. Engineer Papias D. Kazawadi, the immediate past president of FAEO, Engineer Kalian Bouchadit, past president of FAEO, Engineer Joshua Igobe, Executive Director of FAEO, Engineer D.C. Marikan, the Vice President, South African Institution of Engineers, Engineer Wesley Kaluba, President, Engineering Institution of Zambia, Engineer Himeseng Preyak, the President, Mauritius Institution of Engineers, Engineer Asa Moipopo, President, Institution of Engineers, Tanzania, Engineer Lepi Bosco, President, Uganda Institution of Professional Engineers, Engineer Dr. Ben Rafemoyo, the President of Zimbabwe Institution of Engineers, Engineer Sam Akiteme, President, Institution of Engineers, Kenya, Engineer Jean Bernard Tsiasuma, the Institution of Engineers, Democratic Republic of Congo President, Engineer Charles Mukwaso, Namibian Institution of Engineers, Dr. Bridget Samula, Chief Executive Officer of Engineering Council of South Africa, Engineer David Kamungu, Register of Engineering Institution of Zambia, Mrs. Amelia Mtasali, Board Chair of Council for Built Environment in South Africa, President and CEOs of Voluntary Associations of South Africa, Engineer Linda Musek, President Southern African Federation of Engineering Organizations, FAEO, Dr. Kwame Bokeye, past President, Ghana Institution of Engineering, Engineer Mustafa Shehu, President, World Federation of Engineering Organizations in absentia, Engineer Dr. Bola Mudasiru, Nigerian Institution of Highway and Transportation Engineers, Engineer Tumela Onkemetsi, Botswana Power Corporation, if he's here, Presidents of South African Institution of Civil Engineering, Friedrich Slabet. Okay. Gloria Baitsepi, UNESCO Science Program Specialist. Dr. Kwani Boyake, Administering Oath for FAEO President. Senior government officials here present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a good morning to you all. Dumela Mbagaitsu. Thank you so much for the wonderful welcome. At the constituency that I'm coming from, that I'm a member of parliament, Ganzi constituency, the future of this country, when we are blessed with visitors like yourselves, we have developed a habit to dedicate them a special song that I want you to join me to sing for our visitors. Just one line. In Ganzi, whenever we get beautiful visitors like yourselves, we welcome you, 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 dear friends, we welcome you, dear friends. We welcome you, 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 dear friends, we welcome you, dear friends. Director of Ceremonies, it's a great privilege to be with you at this historic occasion to celebrate World Engineering Day at the inauguration of the President of Federation of African Engineering Organizations. To Chairman Kabelo Mtsaholi, thank you for your leadership and for hosting us today. To the incoming President, Mrs. Refilwe Buthelezi, we welcome you in Botswana and wish you the best in your new role. Leadership takes far more than the occasional flash of brilliance. Usually it holds a promise. Our gathering here today represents that promise to unleash the potential of the engineering profession. Leadership also is not only a promise, it's also a commitment that will take far more than your work as an engineer who advances engineering as a cornerstone for sustainable development. It's a commitment and a promise. Robert Mangaliso Subukwe, the man the South African apartheid feared the most than Nelson Mandela, puts it more succinctly when talking about leadership. He says, true leadership demands complete subjugation of self, honesty and integrity, uprightness of character, courage and fearlessness, and above all, a consuming love for one's people. That is Robert Mangaliso Buthelezi. No, Sobukwe, not Buthelezi. Your leadership, Comrade President, comes at a time when a lot is at stake. There's high and legitimate expectation that science, technology, and engineering are the future to spur new jobs and new industries, new discoveries that will improve our lives, and in many cases, save our lives. It's a commitment that goes beyond the commemorations of the event itself today. That even in the hardest times, against the toughest odds, you will never surrender the fate of the engineering profession to chance. You will seek out new frontiers and serve with diligence and distinction. This is the focus. This must be the focus of your leadership. Both Botswana and South Africa are looking forward to leverage on your able leadership. In fact, if there was ever a day that reminded us as engineers for our shared stake, shared vision, shared values with our neighbor and biggest trading partner, South Africa, is today. Thank you, President Kazani Nkashamba of Central African Federation of Engineering Organizations. Thank you, President Collins Juma of East African Federation of Engineering, President Linda Museki, President Hani Dai of North African Federation of Engineering Organizations, Professor Redwood, representing the West African Federation of Engineering Organizations. We profusely thank you for being with us today. The inauguration of the FAEO President is one of the two events that are part of the celebration of the Engineering Week, which is hosted by Engineers Registration Board of Botswana annually around this time. The second event is the Engineering Forum 2025, whose theme is From Imagination to Implementation, the engineering journey. As Botswana, we consider hosting the inauguration of the FAEO President as a show of confidence by the entire African continent of our outstanding work towards embracing the engineering profession as a key driver to development. It's also a clear testament of our growing influence in the region and at large. I'm particularly pleased to be part of a new and ambitious administration that recognizes the need to modernize and transform our infrastructure, or our road infrastructure, so that these roads stop stealing our loved ones from us way too soon. And the role of engineers in this regard cannot be overemphasized. We are on track as the new administration, making all efforts to build an economy whose fruits will be enjoyed or cherished by all. Engineers are no exception. We will help all our people to recognize that to get to where we need to go, we will need to lift everybody up, because we believe we can only be a better team if we got the whole team. By so doing, double down on sustainable solutions that can lead to more and more jobs and a stronger economy, and help return engineering profession to its rightful place. The future is ours to create, all of us. This year's World Engineering Day theme is shaping our sustainable future through engineering. And this is a reminder of the commitment we made through Sustainable Development Goals. It is also a reminder of the critical role that engineers and engineering play in our day-to-day lives, from simple solutions to complex mega projects, from food production here on Earth to space exploration, from medical and health equipment design to sophisticated weaponry and disaster relief, engineering is an unseen but a real force. Our President Advocate Duma Boko, of the President of Botswana, is in Los Angeles, California, to attend the launch of the first satellite of the Republic of Botswana, developed by a group of engineers from the Botswana International University of Science and Technology. A cursory look at the 17 Sustainable Development Goals reveals clear roles for engineering solutions, whether it is Goal 5 on achieving gender equality and empowering women and girls, or the very engineering heavy Goal number 9 on industry, innovation, and infrastructure. The role of engineering is pivotal to the success of the SDGs. But one thing is clear. Our role as engineers is not without challenges. Here is one thing I will want to say, and I don't want to overstate it. Something that we have to face is unethical conduct. Something that we have to face is unethical conduct that leads to corruption. We have to limit, or we have to work to limit, or stop the unethical use of engineering solutions that do harm rather than benefit our societies. It is against this backdrop, Director of Ceremonies, that I welcome one of the sub-themes to be discussed during the engineering forum this week, which is human-centered design, engineering with empathy. Our major concern is the weaponization of artificial intelligence. As we all know, some of the mayhem that we are witnessing in global conflicts is exacerbated by the use of sophisticated technology, such as lethal autonomous weapons, also known as slaughter bots or killer bots drones. In a recent article by Samuel Bendet and David Kirichenko entitled Battlefield Drones and Accelerating Autonomous Arms Race in Ukraine, it is very clear that artificial intelligence has become a major feature in the conduct of war. Both sides are working tirelessly to deploy unmanned weapons to inflict maximum damage. Ukraine war is being used as a testing ground for such weapons. In the rush to deploy, very little care is exercised for ethical considerations. The article makes the point that Ukraine's survival-driven focus often outweighs ethical concerns tied to lethal autonomous weapon systems. The article does not say what ethical standards are being violated. Nevertheless, if the article is anything to go by, shortcuts are being taken that may undermine the use of engineering to achieve sustainability in development. The engineering profession, therefore, cannot be unconcerned about malevolent use of technology. Elsewhere, there has been concerns over the social media platforms' algorithms that intrude on people's privacy and endanger the welfare of the vulnerable of the people psychologically. Thank you. The attempt to ban TikTok in the United States and the restrictions on the use of social media by young people under 16 in Australia are examples of desperate regulatory measures designed to minimize harm caused by technology. It is therefore imperative that we establish robust regulatory frameworks to ensure that social media technologies are harnessed responsibly, not only to safeguard public interest, but also to contribute meaningfully towards shaping a sustainable future through engineering. Artificial intelligence, AI, is not a rehearsal, but a reality. And it is only getting entrenched. It is clearly a massive game changer. This is, of course, a product of the engineering profession. While the world is still trying to grapple with the impact of AI, one thing is very clear. We have to transform the way we conceive and execute solutions. The increasing power of AI is gradually relegating decision-making to technology, which poses ethical risks yet to be fully comprehended. What it means for us in this part of the globe is that we cannot continue to play a distant catch-up if we are to survive. Our very own existence is increasingly being premised on aggressively claiming our position at the high table of global socio-economic affairs beyond just rhetoric. We must be aggressive in pushing our technological solutions to the forefront of global adaptation. We must be intentional in allocating resources to research, development and implementation of solutions to our contemporary challenges. This resonates well with the theme for the Engineering Forum. I'm thus pleased to know that the government is committed, the government that I'm part of, is committed to fast-tracking digital transformation and has announced an allocation of close to 2 billion pula to, among other things, facilitate research in the recently announced budget speech. That is, of course, not enough, but it's a good move to demonstrate that in innovation, continuity is critical. Geopolitical shifts and trends demand a rethink of our approach to development. Recent announcements in Washington are a stark reminder that we are on our own. Recent announcements in the USA are a stark reminder that we are on our own. Kana we are not on our own. Many conflicts in our neighborhood and in distant theaters have impacted us negatively. Our approach to this should not be despair, but renewed determination to call on the abundant resources that we are endowed with to make us flourish as a continent. It starts with closer cooperation among us and an unshakable determination to close ranks against the debilitating strategy to divide us for exploitation. It also demands that we be brutally honest with each other to root out self-centeredness among ourselves, which is a foundation to corruption and mismanagement of resources. The African Continental Free Trade Area provides a platform on which meaningful transformation and continental self-determination can be launched and sustained. Time for action is now. The Second Continental Progress Report on Agenda 2063, which gave rise to the African Continental Free Trade Area, shows that the continent is still failing to meet a significant number of targets. It means we must redouble our efforts and rededicate ourselves to achieving the dream of the Africa we want. There's never been a time There's never been a better time to do that than now. The days of depending on foreign aid to meet our most basic needs, such as health, food, and shelter, are over. The irony is that we all know that we are the most endowed continent on earth. Not only do we possess every mineral known to man, as well as other natural resources, including abundance of sunshine, but in terms of human capital, Africa has the youngest population, which represents an incalculable potential. To say that we have to empower our own, to give them space to be the solution providers, is an understatement. In this regard, as the government of Botswana, or as the Botswana government, we are fully committed to supporting the local engineering fraternity, to playing a leading role in the implementation of planned infrastructure modernization. As recently announced in the budget speech, a significant part of the budget has been allocated to modernizing our infrastructure. We expect our engineers to play a leading role in these projects, not just as subcontractors, but as lead consultants, investors, and engineers. On our part as government, we are determined to ensure that our people drive the projects by insisting on local expertise. This is not just necessary, but possible. Our local engineers have already proven themselves in the construction of big projects, such as the iconic Mohembo and Kazungula bridges. We are therefore confident that they are up to the task if given adequate support. Of course, such support also is conditional on our engineers also applying themselves diligently and ethically. The work of the Engineers Registration Board in promoting excellence in the engineering profession is certainly noticeable. However, a lot still needs to be done, especially in ensuring that all practicing engineers in the country are registered. I am reliably informed that there's still a significant number of engineers, especially in government departments and state-owned enterprises, who are still to register with the relevant boards, the relevant institutions. I'm so curious as to why this is the case, why we still have people who don't want to associate with their own profession. Since its establishment in 2011, the ERB has made impressive strides in regulating the affairs of the engineering profession in Botswana. For the organization to have the Continental Trust to host this event speaks volumes about the ERB. While there are certainly challenges that the ERB is facing, there's clear progress in its ability to regulate the engineering profession in Botswana. I'm confident that our contribution to the body of knowledge and experience will enable us to cement our status in the continent and the world. Just as we have been at the forefront of other sectors, like mining and other disciplines such as athletics, I expect that very soon we will be able to contribute to the leadership of the engineering profession in the continent. During this week, you'll have an opportunity to hear presentations and panel discussions on issues that speak to the themes of both World Engineering Day and the Engineering Forum. We expect that these discussions will present practical solutions that are implementable to meet our challenges. Finally, to our visitors, while you are in, but have to know you to greet you. We don't have, Botswana, we are just like that. When we meet you, dumelara, even if we don't know you. This word literally means have faith. Have faith in us. That is dumelara. It really shows we are a people of eternal hope. Enjoy our warmth and be sure to visit other places in Botswana, especially our own world-renowned tourist destinations. We welcome you, we welcome you. With these few remarks, on behalf of the government of the Republic of Botswana, and indeed on my own behalf, I wish you all success.
Did you have to stop the applause? Don't stop. I told you, he's personable, he's smart. You'd love to hear him. Potent, very potent delivery. Another round of applause. This is the Honorable Minister whose names would fill up all the corners of the Pentagon. His first name is Noah. You all know the biblical Noah. A round of applause for him. His other name in his native language of Sekhalagadi is Sherikweri. Sherikweri is a bird, the largest high-flying African bird that is a protected species. Many, many years ago, it was slaughtered for our kings and queens only. It was not eaten or fed upon by peasants, for the lack of a better word, or ordinary mortals. No, it's a bird whose delicacy would dance, make your taste buds dance and vibrate. It's Sherikweri, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to him. His third name is Lekua. Lekua means a white man, Lekua. But again, when we say Lekua, we mean someone who can provide, who can give. Someone who's very resourceful. Like he's my boss, something like that. A round of applause for Lekua. His fourth name, we're on the fourth corner of the Pentagon, is Machiachau in his native language of Sekhalagadi. Machiachau means the lion's saliva. Machiachau, Mateatau. A round of applause. That's the fourth corner of the Pentagon. And Salakai means, where do you remain? Where do you sit? Where are you? Ukokai, I'm here, I'm the minister. Round of applause for him. On that note, Registrar, please bestow a token of appreciation unto him. Give them a round of applause. Wow. Just wait a second, just another opportunity. While they're here, I also want to acknowledge other people. From here, we're going to do a photo shoot. And I want to acknowledge other people that are here. Is the engineer Joshua Egube, Executive Secretary of Nigeria Society of Engineers, and he's also Executive Director of FAEO, Federation of African Engineering Organizations. Joshua Egube, that's him. Give him a round of applause. Okay. On that note, may I invite the Assistant Minister to Resalakai, and Honorable Minister also of Water and Human Settlements. Please come on stage. Let me invite you to the stage. Honorable Ministers, please join.
So this is the podium that the president will be using. Abuwa, President. That's fine. This is for President Refilwe. Okay, she will be giving to Kazawadi. Okay, she will be giving to Nexa.
Okay. No, pleasure meeting you. Pleasure meeting you. No, indeed. Indeed. No. No, now I'm engineer. I work, but I work for Vodacom. Oh, yeah. Thanks. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please settle down? We have a bumper-packed program, and we are running slightly behind time. So we will allow for a few minutes. For those of you who are still outside, taking pictures and posting them on Instagram, there's always time. So let's give it maybe another 3 minutes. A round of applause for our sound team right at the back. A round of applause for them, please. All right, let's settle down. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How is everyone doing? We are in Botswana, and Re Benson Putejo has already warmed us up, please. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You know, I only heard the good morning from Mr. Buthelezi. One more time. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. We had a fantastic first session, and we are going to be moving a bit more with pace because we want to get to the inauguration and the other elements of today. Again, to reintroduce myself, my name is Engineer Manda Ramtumbu, and I will be your facilitator for this section. Yes, I'm an engineer. Engineers can look cool like this, you know. If you think I might break out in some rap song, I could, but I can still be an engineer. We heard from a number of our hosts, but I just want to recall one person, Miss Linda Musik, Ari. She was speaking about my brother TC. And you know, I hang around the South Africans. They are safe. So for all those of you who have heard these fake stories in the media, South Africans are safe people. And also in his absentia, thanking the Honorable Minister who made a compelling proposition to us and a fitting statement to open this session. And I want to quote him. He said, "Leadership is a promise, a commitment that will take more than what we have. A leadership that focuses on people, that roots out self-centeredness." Fellow engineers, ladies and gentlemen, that is something that Engineer Buthelezi is. And you know, I can refer her to many ways as the board member of Sanral, where the company that is responsible for our complex network of highways in South Africa. Do you know that you can drive from northern KZN to Messina without making a stop, besides stopping at a toll road? She's on the board of that. Or I could also talk about her board membership of Transnet, the South African logistics company for which, who paid for my engineering education and where I started my career. But there is more to her. Yeah, this crowd is very agile. I like it. The FAEO president one, I think I will leave that for later. But she's also the South African Institute of Electrical Engineers, one of the Young Engineer of the Year awardees. You know, I've been watching the Botswana media and listen to the president and know how he loves to say, we must refer to him as, "That's my boy." I can't say that's my girl. Mr. Buthelezi is here. But allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to refer to her as Refilwe, because I met Refilwe as a fellow young engineer in the early 2000s, as a frustrated, dejected engineer who had had enough by the untransformed, racially untransformed, gender untransformed industry of the South African engineering fraternity. I was ready to look and put my eyes at banking, you know, with the benefits of lower interest rates, bigger bonuses, and leave the stress of navigating a career in a complex environment. And believe me, engineers are smart people. It's very few industries where engineers cannot work, one of which is medicine, which I'm glad, I prefer doctor. But I'm sure an engineer will tell you, no, I can do it. But what stands out for me and want to leave with you is, it was through engaging Refilwe where we collaborated and drove together to drive engagement of our young engineers. And now this is going to happen at a continental scale. I think that deserves a round of applause. She's brilliant. I I'm sure of that. And that's why my good friend, Mr. Refilwe Buthelezi, please stand up, let us recognize you. You know, on a lighter note, I reached out to Refilwe, and every time I reach out to her, she's either in a meeting, in a call, in a board meeting, this and that. I'm like, but when does Mzwandile get time with you? Mzwandile, I think we need to speak to His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, maybe to consider you with the National Award of Luthuli for your contribution to the advancement of society. But Refilwe's parents and parents in love are here. Can we also recognize them, please? Please, Emelang Wahul, please stand up so that we can recognize you. Now, as we move on, I would like to call on the best that we have brought to Botswana. Her Excellency, Me Taninga Shope Suma, to start with the Goodwill messages. Ladies and gentlemen, Her Excellency, Me Taninga Shope Shumang.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The President, our new President, my little sister, through you, Kakukovet, can I please be allowed to say all protocol is observed? But before I speak, I always take the opportunity to talk a little bit. I'm not going to make a speech, but to talk a very little bit about our appreciation as South Africans. Myself, I'm also an engineer. I graduated in Cuba in systems analysis and design. Had it not been for countries like Cuba, we would not be here today. But I want to start off by saying, had it not been for Botswana, we passed through Lubatsi with my family, running away from apartheid. Botswana looked after many of us as South Africans, including Nelson Mandela. Had it not been for Tanzania, I did my primary school in Tanzania. And after graduating in Cuba, we were in Mazimbu, working at the Somafco Freedom College. Asante sana, wa Tanzania. I know Swahili, by the way. We'd like to say thank you to Zambia. You know that we had a huge liberation center in Zambia where all the Southern African liberation movements were centered there. I did my secondary school in Zambia, at Kamwala Secondary School. As refugees, we had no passports. We used to travel with a travel document. But there were some African countries that gave us passports. The first passport I ever held was from Ghana. So to many, many African countries, Nigeria, many African countries, we'd like to say thank you, thank you, thank you, because we are here today because of you. Had it not been for the support that we received from African countries, and many Africans on this continent died because of our liberation struggle, so re lebogile. It is now my honor to stand here before you in celebration of the significant milestone, the inauguration of the new president of the Federation of African Engineering Organization, our dear sister, Me Buthelezi. Congratulations, my dear sister. As we gather to mark the beginning of this new chapter, I am reminded of the profound impact that engineers have on our daily lives, from the bridges that connect us to the technologies that empower us. Engineers are the architects of our modern world. As a South African ambassador based here in Botswana, I have the privilege in witnessing firsthand the remarkable work of its engineers, structures, and facilitates people-centered modes of living and development. We also sincerely acknowledge the transformation and recognition of female engineers and their condition in terms of the structures that are designed and built, the governance they uphold, and their value in a profession that previously only recognized males and acknowledged them and appointed them to such leadership positions. And I'm also very impressed today to see so many female engineers. It says a lot for our continent. To my little sister, our incoming president, I offer you my warmest congratulations. Your leadership will be instrumental in shaping the future of this organization and the engineering profession as a whole. I have every confidence that your vision, expertise, and commitment will inspire and motivate the members of this body to even greater heights. The government of South Africa is committed to strengthening regional and continental cooperation as we recognize the vital role that the Federation of African Engineering Organizations plays in promoting engineering excellence, capacity building, and knowledge sharing. We pledge our support to your presidency and look forward to collaborating with you and the Federation to advance the interests of African engineers, promote sustainable development, and drive economic growth and integration. So, let us celebrate this momentous occasion with optimism and enthusiasm. Let us recognize the achievements of FAEO and look forward to the exciting possibilities that lie ahead with your leadership. Congratulations once again, Madam President, and we wish you and your team the very best. I thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think, firstly, to thank you again for your role in our liberation as South Africa. With your humility, there are many people who've done far less, who are blowing their own horns, but you continue to build and support your little sister, Mpho, Sarah. She doesn't use those ones. And I think also the role of how other countries supported the struggle in South Africa. Myself, coming from a small, I would call it village because it's only recently become a town, of Thoyandou, where the wife of the late activist Chipiwa Moope would drive into Botswana, get material that is then distributed to the communities through weddings, church events, and other social gatherings to conscientize people about the struggle. So thank you again for reminding us that together we can go a lot more further. This whole division and borders is something that is foreign to our continent, and the problems that we face can only be solved through collaborative efforts that targets emancipation of our people. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move forward again with messages of goodwill. Do we have the video ready? It's just a question, okay. So we'll have a video from Engineer Mustafa B. Shehu, President of FAEO. Please let's pay attention to the stage. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, women and young engineers, ladies and gentlemen, it is with gratitude to God and huge excitement I address you today on the occasion marking the inauguration of my sister and colleague, Engineer Refilwe Buthelezi, as the President of the Federation of African Engineering Organizations, FAEO. Incidentally, today also marks the 2025 World Engineering Day for Sustainable Development, which is 6th in the series, having started the celebration in 2020. As the global event is taking place at the UNESCO headquarters in Paris, this is the reason why I could not be here physically with you as much as I wanted to. Therefore, on behalf of the global engineering community comprising the membership of engineering institutions from more than 100 countries, representing the interests of more than 40 million engineers, I'm glad to congratulate Engineer Refilwe Buthelezi, the President of the Engineering Council of South Africa, as she climbs to the exalted position of the President of the Federation of African Engineering Organizations. While looking forward to seeing the new FAEO President on 6 March at the Executive Council meeting in Paris, I also look forward to the active participation by engineers from Africa at the 2025 Global Engineering Congress and General Assembly that will take place in Shanghai between 12th and 17th October 2025. Once again, while wishing you a successful tenure as President of FAEO, I wish all of you here a happy World Engineering Day. Thank you.
Greetings. My name is Elizabeth Taylor. As Chair of the Governing
Another round of applause. Engineer Papias D. Kazawadi. I had the pleasure of meeting you at Africa Engineering Week in South Africa. And you, sir, I think are one of the activists that are going to drive how we collaborate together as we support our new and incoming president into this magnificent role. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome on stage the FAEO immediate past president, Engineer Papias D. Kazawadi.
Distinguished guests, esteemed members of FAEO, engineering colleagues and friends, all protocols observed, good morning. It is with deep gratitude, honor and humility that I stand before you today as I conclude my tenure as the President of the Federation of Africa Engineering Organization. This moment is not just about leadership transition. It is about celebrating continuity of our mission to engineer a prosperous Africa. From our founding in 1972, FAEO has evolved into continent's leading engineering body, shaping Africa's infrastructure, industrialization, and innovation agenda. The FAEO Odyssey of Milestones and Memories, which is a book that I leave behind after my tenure, is a testament to our resilience and achievements. From our early days of establishing Africa's unified engineering voice, to our official recognition by the African Union through ASRIC, ARSO, ADEA, and AFCFTA, as the continental representatives of engineers, to the global partnership we have forged, such as World Federation of Engineering Organization, UNESCO, UNIDO, and FAEO, and so others, ensuring that African engineers have a seat at the world's decision-making tables. During my tenure, I was privileged to lead FAEO through a period of institutional reforms by reviewing our constitution and other governing documents, which is still a process, and the new president have tasked me to finish this before I hand over. So it's an assignment that is on my table, and I have to finish, of course, not alone, but with my immediate past president as well, Madam Karien, and other members who have been in the committee. Deeper regional collaboration and high-level policy engagement. We ensured that engineers are no longer speaking just to themselves, but to the governments, like what we have seen this morning, industry leaders and global partners shaping Africa's transformation. Among our most significant milestones is the APPP Accord, African Professional Practice and Partnership Accord, which is a game changer for engineering in Africa. This accord will harmonize professional standards, enhance cross-border mobility for African engineers, and will ensure we compete on the global stage. By aligning engineering competencies with frameworks like Washington Accord, Sydney Accord, and Dublin Accords, APPP will strengthen Africa's position in the implementation of Agenda 2063, the African Continental Free Trade Area and Sustainable Infrastructure Development. Our journey has not been without challenges. Policy misalignment, disparities in accreditation and infrastructure financing gaps, but through innovation, strategic partnerships, and unwavering commitment, we turned these obstacles into stepping stones for progress. A key lesson I leave you with is this: Africa's engineering solutions must be homegrown, yet globally competitive. Initiatives such as multidisciplinary coalition of professionals, collaborative engineering innovation sandboxes, and engineering accreditation framework, I believe, will shape Africa's engineering future. As I pass the baton to the new president, Madam Engineer Refilwe, I do so with confidence and optimism. I have no doubt that under her leadership, FAEO will continue to soar to the greater heights. To Madam President Buthelezi, I charge you with the following imperatives: sustain the momentum, build on FAEO's institutional reforms, partnerships, and advocate efforts, deepen engagement with the African Union and policymakers, where engineers must remain central to the Africa's transformation agenda. Promote research and young engineers as our future depends on the next generation of problem solvers. Advanced implementation of the 8th PPP Accord, this should be the bridge that propels African engineers to the global stage. Though my tenure ends today, my commitment to FAEO, to engineering, and to Africa remains unwavering. I will continue to champion the cause of African engineers in every forum where our voice must be heard. As the African proverb says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Let us remain united, determined, and relentless in our pursuit of engineering excellence for Africa. To Madam President Refilwe, congratulations. You are taking the helm at a defining moment for FAEO and for Africa's development. You have my full support as you lead FAEO into its next chapter. With that, I say, long live FAEO, long live African engineering, and long live the vision of Africa, or an Africa built by African engineers. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer. You know, I knew you were going to use the proverb, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. It was quite difficult, but I made it. Now I can just quote you for it. Before we continue, I would like to recognize, it says here, President Augusto Baltazar, Vice Chair of Young Engineers of FAEO. In the room? Or Julson Matos? Is that correct? Engineer Julson, are you in the room? Ah, there we go, there we go. Thank you very much. You know, that was an example of the power of the full stop. There was none, and I kept on going. Thank you, sir. Obrigado. Before we continue, there are more videos of people who are going to share messages of goodwill. There's a couple of them. Please, let's allow for them to roll. Let's keep our attention to the screens before us. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, women and young engineers, ladies and gentlemen.
Apologies, let's
It is
just
with
move to the
gratitude
next
to God
one,
and huge
please.
anxiety.
Maybe let's just skip a bit. There we go. We can start from there.
Greetings. My name is Elizabeth Taylor. As chair of the governing group of the International Engineering Alliance, I extend warm congratulations to Engineer Refilwe Buthelezi on her inauguration as President of the Federation of African Engineering Organizations. Our cooperation with her during her presidency of the Engineering Council of South Africa facilitated growth in the participation of African jurisdictions on the road to international membership. We are delighted to now continue working with her and FAEO leadership to further African participation and leadership within our international engineering community. Congratulations, Engineer Refilwe, on this acknowledgement of your outstanding contributions by your peers.
Dear colleagues, as a former president of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations and the chair of the Chinese National Committee of WFEO, I extend our warmest congratulations to Mr. Refilwe Buthelezi for taking the important position as president of the Federation of African Engineering Organizations, FAEO. This is a momentous occasion, not only for FAEO, but also for the global engineering community, as we welcome a visionary leader who has extensive experience and proven track record in the engineering field, coupled with her leadership as president of the Engineering Council of South Africa, make her qualified to lead FAEO towards new achievement. As Refilwe assumed her new role, we eagerly anticipating seeing FAEO build upon its strong foundation and further strengthen its support for engineering education, capacity building, and innovation in Africa by empowering engineers with the skills and knowledge needed to tackle complex challenges within the context of the global digital and green transitions. Especially as the chair of the task force of the Engineering Capacity Building Program for Africa, we trust that FAEO will play as a key contributor to this program, a 10-year-long program for establishing a network of capacity building in Africa, supported by United Nations organizations such as UNESCO and the engineering organizations across the world, especially CAST, to enhance engineering education and continuous engineering professional development, as well as technology transfer. My best wishes to Ms. Refilwe Buthelezi and FAEO colleagues and all African engineers. Thank you.
I'm Engineer Margaret Aino Oguntala, fellow Nigerian Society of Engineers, President and Chairman in Council of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. On behalf of the Nigerian Society of Engineers and the entire engineering community in Nigeria, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Engineer Refilwe Buthelezi on her inauguration today, March 4, 2025, as the President of the Federation of African Engineering Organizations, FAEO. Engineer Buthelezi's track record of excellence, vast experience, and strong leadership pedigree make her the ideal choice to steer FAEO towards greater achievements. Her commitment to engineering development, capacity building, and regional collaboration has been widely recognized across Africa, and I have no doubt that under her leadership, FAEO will continue to be a driving force in shaping Africa's engineering landscape. As she steps into this esteemed role, I assure her of the Nigerian engineering community's unwavering support and collaboration in advancing sustainable development, innovation, and engineering excellence across the continent. We look forward to working together to strengthen Africa's engineering profession and drive impactful solutions to the continent's most pressing challenges. Congratulations once again, and best wishes for a very successful tenure.
Greetings, I'm Saurabh Sinha, speaking from New Zealand. I am Professor and Executive Dean of Engineering at the University of Canterbury, as well as Co-Chair of the New Zealand Council of Engineering Deans. It is a pleasure to congratulate Refilwe Buthelezi on her inauguration as President of the Federation of African Engineering Organizations. Including at the Federation as well as through her former leadership as President of the Engineering Council of South Africa and Chair of Council at Vaal University of Technology, she has made a significant contribution to engineering governance, professional mobility and education. Her efforts in furthering opportunities for engineers across Africa, strengthening international collaboration and ensuring alignment with global engineering standards will continue to shape the profession in meaningful ways. While based in New Zealand, I appreciate the importance of engineering education, research and professional connections across regions. Refilwe's work speaks to the value of knowledge exchange and the impact that well-supported engineers can have on society. As she takes on this new role, I wish her every success in leading the Federation of African Engineering Organizations and in continuing her contributions to the profession. Congratulations once again.
Good evening and greetings from Accra, Ghana. On behalf of the Head of Program, Dr. Giuseppe Scuto, please accept greetings from myself, the rest of the team in Ethiopia, and the respective REC and country components. My name is Marvin Wagaba, and I'm the component lead trading services for the GIZ AFCFTA project. The project's main objective is to support and expedite finalization and implementation of the AFCFTA agreement through the various protocols, including trading services. We support our partner institutions such as the AFCFTA Secretariat, the African Union Commission, the REC Secretariat, private sector and civil society organizations to improve the framework conditions for regional economic integration. One of our key interventions is the movement of professional services providers, which is a prerequisite for a dynamic and robust economy and logically follows the movement of goods and services. Frameworks such as the MRS allow for transparent mechanisms to verify and recognize the various accreditations and certifications of professionals such as engineers, thereby simplifying their mobility within the region. Organizations such as the Federation of the African Engineering Organization are central to the success of these endeavors and play a crucial role in advancing and realizing the African continental agenda. In this regard, you have already demonstrated your leadership and sectoral expertise and were key to the success of our recently concluded EU study tour on the mobility of persons within the region. But more than that, you have a proven track record and are well respected both by your peers and the members that you serve. Allow me therefore to join your peers and your partners in congratulating you for your upcoming inauguration as the incoming president of the Federation of the African Engineering Organization. We look forward to working with you and we wish you a long and prosperous tenure. Please accept these kind regards from myself and the rest of the GIZ AFCFTA project.
Hello everyone, my name is Enyuna Mpepena. I come from Ghana and I am currently the chair for the Women in Engineering Committee of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations. On behalf of the committee, we want to say we are truly excited that one of our own has been elected to the high position of the President of the Federation of African Engineering Organizations. Your dedication, Engineer Refilwe Buthelezi, towards the advancement of the engineering profession in Africa is truly and has been truly commendable. And we believe that we will work together with you to be able to achieve the strategic objectives of the Women in Engineering Committee. We will work together with you and we pledge our support towards the advancement of the engineering profession to ensure the inclusion of gender equity, innovation, and resilience in engineering. Once again, we would like to congratulate you into your position and we wish you the very best. Thank you very much.
A round of applause. You know, the one thing in Africa now, we mustn't have jealous. When others are wishing our president well, let's celebrate in. A round of applause. Prof. Elizabeth Taylor, among others, Marvin Edgar Nwangaba, and Prof. Surabsina all the way down under in Australia. You know, in any mission, in any worthwhile achievement, as Her Excellency has spoken, there are those who go before us. They pave the way. Actually, they clear the bushes, making it easier for those who then come afterwards to focus on what needs to be the business of the day. And one such person is our FAEO past president, Engineer Kalin Bouchedid, who I believe was the pioneer of putting female engineers on the map. A round of applause. And if you don't realize something, we've achieved something amazing today. The first thing is we need the first, the pioneers. Then the first follower. Then we start to normalize. So to the young female engineers in this room, you are going to be next, and we won't be surprised. We will only celebrate because of these lovely engineers who have gone before you. Let's give them a round of applause. And you must Google her. She's a lady of many firsts. And I saw the Black Star flag there on the video. And I think that it was quite in line with some of the firsts that you have achieved. Ladies and gentlemen, please let us welcome to the stage Engineer Kalin Bouchedid.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to stand on the protocols that have already been so well established. But Your Excellency, thank you for your speech. Today, it is a great privilege for me, and it's an honor for me to introduce to you a distinguished leader, a trailblazer in engineering, and a true advocate for innovation and development. That is our incoming President, Engineer Refilwe Buthelezi. Refilwe is a professional engineer who has made remarkable contributions to the field of operational technology at Rand Water. She is not only a senior member of the South African Institute of Electrical Engineers. She's also a fellow of the South African Academy of Engineering. She holds a Bachelor of Electrical and Electronic Engineering and a Master's in Engineering Management from the University of Johannesburg, as well as a Master's in Business Leadership from the University of South Africa. Beyond her technical expertise, Refilwe has played a pivotal role in shaping South Africa's infrastructure and engineering landscape. She serves on the Program Steering Committee for the Infrastructure Technical Assistance Facility, and she brings her leaderships to several boards, like the boards of SANRAL and Transnet Limited as a non-executive director. Notably, she holds the historic title of being the very first female president of the Engineering Council of South Africa. Her passion for developing the next generation of engineers is evident in her role as a founding director of the Fuxam STEM Foundation, a non-profit dedicated to promoting science, technology, engineering, and maths amongst young learners. Her accolades speak for themselves, ranging from the Women in Engineering Award from the South African Institute of Electrical Engineers 2021 to the South African Chamber of Commerce UK Chairman's Award in 2023, amongst many others. Refilwe is a strong believer in Pan-Africanism and has been instrumental in strengthening engineering institutions. At this stage, I'd like to invite Engineer Dr. Boachi to come up on stage and administer the oath of office for the President of the Federation of African Engineering Organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, you may take your seats. Thank you.
As they say, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. And we are at that moment. But being an African elder, I cannot merely go ahead without a word of advice. That is our tradition. First, Your Excellency, great words. The minister also had some great words. And since I'm going to be swearing in the president and the executive board, I think it is important to, if you indulge me, for a minute, to say a few things. As the minister said, we have the African paradox. We are the richest continent and yet the poorest. Reflect on that. We have a lot of young people, but high unemployment. And our young people are willing to risk the high seas to go somewhere else where they see hope rather than stay here. How do we solve that problem? When you look at your life from the day you get up in the morning till the evening, everything that you touch is engineering. Clearly, engineering is the solution to our problems on the continent. And as I have said often, Africa is going nowhere without engineering. And that is the task ahead of our new president and the executive board. How do you make sure that engineering is applied to solve these problems? And to do that, it is not just projects. In fact, the projects we will continue. But there's a missing piece, which is leadership on the continent. Take China. 7 out of their top 9 leaders are engineers. And we got to make sure that we put our engineers in the right positions. In parliament, at the local level, at the continental level, we must populate all of those with engineering types. Why? Because engineering is about the business of solving problems. And we need to bring that skill to the continent. And in doing that, we also have to recognize that, indeed, we have a lot of great minds. And that, I call that our individual excellence. But as a group, we are incompetent, if you pardon the expression. We do very well as individuals. Every place you go to in the world, there is an African. African this, African that. Come home, and we are not doing so well. We need to develop our group excellence. Find a way to translate the individual excellence to group excellence. And I'm going through all of this because that is the task that our new president and a new executive board will have to undertake. Make sure that we translate our individual excellence to group excellence. Make sure that engineering becomes leadership on the continent, so that indeed the African paradox of great resources coupled with poverty can be eliminated. So that is the task ahead of you. And I would now administer the oath of office with this as a background. And constantly, when you wake up in the morning, together with the executive board, every time you start the meeting, ask yourselves, where do we stand with the African paradox? Now, Madam President, my younger sister, you've been great, and I think all the accolades, I don't need to add any more. So if you would repeat, after me, the oath of office. I,
Refilwe Sarah Buthelezi,
having been elected to the high office of President of the Federation of African Engineering Organizations,
to the high office of President of the Federation of African Engineering Organizations,
do hereby solemnly affirm that I shall at all times and to the best of my abilities uphold the honor and dignity of the office of President of the Federation of African Engineering Organizations,
uphold the honor and dignity of the office of the President of the Federation of African Engineering Organizations,
faithfully and conscientiously discharge my duties, work diligently and faithfully for the advancement of the Federation of African Engineering Organizations, and its members, be fair and impartial in my dealings with members, protect the interests of the Federation being guided by the need
protect the interest of the Federation being guided by the need
to use engineering as an enabler to aid Africa's development,
to use engineering as an enabler to aid Africa's development,
uphold the Constitution of the Federation of African Engineering Organizations,
uphold the Constitution of the Federation of African Engineering Organizations.
so help me God.
So help me God.
The starting point of developing our group excellence is swearing in the executive board. So would the members of the executive board please come up? And you repeat after me. Have you fixed your suit jacket? Now, are you ready for photography? Okay. And please mention your name. And please mention your name.
Just making sure that we hear you properly. I, Kazawadi Papias Dedeki.
I, Eric Owino Ohaga.
I, Engineer Joshua Egube.
Having been elected to the Executive Board of the Federation of African Engineering Organizations,
Having been elected to the Executive Board of the
Federation of African Engineering Organizations,
do hereby solemnly affirm
do hereby solemnly affirm
that I shall at all times and to the best of my abilities uphold the honor and dignity of the Executive Board of the Federation of African Engineering Organizations,
uphold the honor and dignity of the Executive Board of the African Engineering Organizations,
faithfully and conscientiously discharge my duties,
faithfully and conscientiously discharge my duties,
work diligently and faithfully for the advancement of the Federation of African Engineering Organizations
for the advancement of the Federation of African Engineering Organizations
and its members, be fair and impartial in my dealings with members, protect the interests of the Federation, being guided by the need to use engineering as an enabler to aid Africa's development, uphold the Constitution of the Federation of African Engineering Organizations.
uphold the Constitution of the Federation of African Engineering Organizations.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give my board a round of applause, please? These are the gentlemen that will enable me as FAEO to do the honorable work that I have in front of me. And before I then move on, please allow me to thank Dr. Engineer Kwame and Engineer Kalyan Buchadit. I'm sure you could see from the facilitation today that we need elders in these organizations of ours. Therefore, as we transform and we diversify, we don't do that to the exclusion of our elders. And I think today is symbolic of that. Kindly allow me to observe protocol, but to really recognize Her Excellency, Madame Tanika Shopesoma. I thank you so much, Ma. Your blessings and your presence in this event is truly testament that even though we host events out of our own country, we still carry our country with us wherever we go. And as you were explaining to us your journey, it was a reflection for me to really understand the meaning of the Federation of African Engineering Organizations for engineering professionals in this continent, that you could receive so much support in a difficult time, all the way to the West to receive your first passport. That is sentiment and symbolic of what we have seen here today. So we welcome you and we thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank all of you for being here today. And I also appreciate all of those people that have traversed from far, stuck 2 hours at the border, trying to get here, landed here so late, but they are still here this morning. Can I ask you to kindly allow me an opportunity to recognize those young professionals that are not in the pyramid, but are integral towards the success of this event. Can I ask the future leaders from South Africa to please rise up as we recognize you today? You being here today is not only symbolic of the participation that you hold within the engineering fraternity, but also your commitment and your hunger to learn from the professionals that we see here today. So I honor you for that. Thank you. There are also 2 special guests, 3, that did not get the opportunity to be recognized, and those are my siblings. If I may ask them to stand up, please. There's 3 of them. Thank you very much. These are the people who babysit my 4 girls who call themselves 4G, that's the engineering in the family. When I'm not available, they know their aunts are available to assist as and when it's required. So today I stand here, ladies and gentlemen, with immense gratitude, yet a deep sense of awareness of the responsibility that has been entrusted in me as I lead the Federation of African Engineering Organizations into the next chapter, ladies and gentlemen. And every time there's a transition within leadership, it is also understood that there's a different energy that comes in the space. And I believe strongly that as the team is going to be displaying the members who are leading with me, the Federation of African Engineering Organizations on the screen, you will see the diversity of and inclusivity of FAEO and what it represents. I'm particularly honored to address you today as I continue FAEO's mission in advancing engineering excellence in Africa. The journey ahead is not mine alone, ladies and gentlemen. It is a shared path that's paved by generations of engineers who have dedicated their expertise to shaping the future of our continent. We are here at this defining moment in history as I try to fill the big shoes of the very first female president of FAEO, engineer Kalyan Buthelezi. I'm only a size 5, but we'll see what happens. I'll do my best. The challenges before us are monumental, but they pale in comparison to the power we hold in this room. Together, we have the opportunity and the duty to change the course of Africa's future and the world's future. Most of you who were here earlier would have heard the minister saying, we need to start depending on ourselves. The choices we make today will echo for generations to come. We collectively carry the weight of history, and Her Excellency showed us the pathway of history and where we come from, the promise of progress, and the responsibility to forge a new path, that one that will be remembered not just by our children, but by the whole world. And that statement is so crucial as today we celebrate World Engineering Day. And if you look at and count the number of people who are leaders within the continent, who could have chosen to go to Paris and celebrate in UNESCO, yet they decided to remain in the African continent. That alone for me is a statement that says Africa is ready. And I would like all of you to give yourselves a round of applause, please. Before we look ahead, allow me to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude to the immediate past president, engineer Kazawadi Papias Dedeki, whose leadership and vision have laid foundations for the success we are poised to achieve. Engineer Dedeki, you have not only upheld the legacy of those who came before you, but you strengthened it, ensuring that FAEO remains a beacon of progress and innovation. Through your commitment on strategic partnerships and global collaboration, you have poised FAEO as a key player in addressing some of Africa's most pressing challenges. Your efforts in securing crucial memorandum of understanding, some of which you have mentioned as you are presenting, has been instrumental in shaping FAEO's trajectory, paving way to a meaningful cooperation and laying groundwork for a more interconnected and resilient engineering sector. Through your leadership, Engineer Kazawadi, and your invaluable contributions to those who preceded you, we stand now on solid foundation with a robust network of partners who are ready to support our mission. The alliances you nurtured will continue yielding lasting benefit, propelling us to our shared vision of engineering excellence and sustainable development throughout the continent. As we move forward, we do so with deep appreciation for the legacy that you leave behind. Your vision, your dedication, and the impact will continue to inspire us as we build a strong foundation that you have laid. Therefore, on behalf of FAEO, we thank you, we honor you, and we celebrate you for your invaluable service to our great organization. I would like you to come up and receive a token of our appreciation. I also extend my deep appreciation for the outgoing FAEO board members for their unwavering commitment, tenacity, and hard work in advancing the mission of the organization. We have with us today Engineer Kalyan Buthelezi, and we thank you so much for carrying and steering the ship. I believe that as we navigate this space, we could not do it without mentors like yourself. So we thank you very much for that. As I do my presentation, I am also recognizing the structures of FAEO, so you will see people behind me as and when it appears, and that is to show you the strength that we have within our structures. We have the support, we have the ability, and we have the people who are capable to steer the ship. It is for you to appreciate them, and it is for me to elevate them as they're going to start their new work. My own journey, ladies and gentlemen, shaped by dedication, perseverance, and a deep-rooted belief in the power of engineering to transform lives, has led me to this moment. From my early days as a young engineer serving in leadership roles across various institutions, I have always sought to create impactful change, particularly in the areas that I've worked in, which is that of water, energy, and infrastructure development and infrastructure management, and also in my passionate work of capacity building for the youth and the women. Standing before you today, I do so with humility and a clear sense of purpose, which is to champion engineering as a driving force behind Africa's sustainable development. And I think at a later stage, we need to unpack what sustainable development looks like for us. We need to demystify what that looks like for us so that we start tailoring our own African solutions to be compatible and suitable for us as Africans. I will leave that for another time. This moment is not my personal achievement. It is a culmination of dedication and collective efforts of all of those that have come before me. Ladies and gentlemen, this includes people I've not mentioned, but are here in the room today, such as my mentors. I don't want to put them on the spot, but I am looking across the room at all of them. They are the people who have supported me amongst the other giants that I've been supported by. But they are the people who took a risk and said, I will mentor that lady. And I thank you for that. As we embark on the next chapter, it is important to recognize that we are not alone in the pursuit of engineering excellence. Across the world, across the continent, African engineers continue, African engineering professionals. And I would like to correct that statement, because what we have today is not just engineers within the engineering fraternity, ladies and gentlemen. We have the whole pipeline, we have the whole value chain. In engineering, we have engineers, we have technologists, we've got technicians, we've got artisans. Engineers can never succeed in any project without every contributing member of the value chain. And today we have to recognize that we do not exist alone as engineers. Therefore, moving forward, I would like to appeal to all of us to be inclusive in how we address each other. We are African engineering professionals. Can we recognize that? We stand on the shoulders of giants, of trailblazers, whose expertise span across infrastructure, energy, technology. We've recently even had a webinar on seismic activities in Ethiopia, and our very own engineer, Kalyan Buthelezi, was the main guest speaker because she is a qualified civil engineer with expertise in earthquake design. That is the caliber of leaders we have in this room, ladies and gentlemen. However, we do need to take and be conscious of the impact of climate change on these infrastructures that we are responsible for. Therefore, it is important, ladies and gentlemen, that as we navigate these complex challenges that we have, we recognize the role that we play. Among some of those leaders within the continent, I would like to pick two that have recently received global recognition. And these may not be members of FAEO directly, but they do represent us when they do go into the world. Amongst these, we have Professor Victor Lawrence, who's a Ghanaian-born visionary whose groundbreaking work in digital communication has redefined the work of connectivity something. Then we have Professor Chilidzi Marala, a mentor of mine as well, a fellow South African engineer, an artificial intelligence expert who has impacted the academic space, policy, and innovation. He is a global leader through AI and has shaped the discourse of the fourth industrial revolution, advised world leaders, and driven AI solutions to medicine, finance, and engineering. He is the rector of the United Nations University, ladies and gentlemen, and his influence reinforces a powerful truth that Africa is not only keeping pace, we are defining the pace, ladies and gentlemen. Can we give him a round of applause? It just so happened that they were both electrical and electronics engineers. But it is my day. You will understand, civil engineers, mechanical engineers. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, these leaders remind us that Africa does not only consume knowledge. We create, ladies and gentlemen. We innovate and we lead. But do we know that about ourselves? Do we know that about ourselves? Therefore, as FAEO, our responsibility is to continue to honor the legacy of those that are leaving a legacy, ensuring that engineering remains a driving force for Africa's transformation. With this inspiration, let us turn our focus to the challenges that we have ahead, challenges that we too can overcome, as the two gentlemen I've represented here, the two role models have done so. Some of those challenges really do come with various key issues, and I think it's important to highlight those that as FAEO we are going to look into. We've got limited funding for engineering education. We've got many institutions that lack resources, leading to outdated curricula and in some instances, inadequate practical training. We have a shortage of engineers and engineering professionals, ladies and gentlemen. Africa has fewer than 7 engineers. We'll just look at the engineers for now, per 10,000 people, compared to the global average of 50 engineers per 10,000 people. That is a disaster, considering what we are going through today. We have an issue of skills mismatch. We've got a lot of graduates that lack industry-relevant skills, which increases reliance to foreign experts. Are we responding to the demand? Are we advising our young professionals to respond to the demand? When are we going to ensure that we've got sufficient skills required to respond to the need of the industry as we see it? We have a huge gender imbalance. As an example, women only make up 14% of registered engineering professionals in South Africa. And I believe in Kenya it's only 8. We have a lot of work ahead for issues of diversity and inclusivity. And Engineer Linda Museki, President of SAFEO, as you launch your chapter for women, I really do hope that it will assist in elevating that number for Botswana. And I promise to ensure that we will support you in that. We have to close the gap. We might not get there, but we have to close the gap. We've got rapid technology changes and advancements, and sometimes we are finding that the skills required to address these are not included in training programs. How do we bridge the gap there? And I will tell you how FAEO is going to do that a little bit later. or how we commit to doing that. And then we've got climate change, a challenge that every single country in this world faces, a challenge that we do not talk enough about. And when I say we, I mean our profession, because if we did, our design codes, our engineering codes, our maintenance strategies, our awareness and communication plans would have been adjusting to the need. South Africa is struggling with floods right now, and yet we still have homes that have been established in areas for an interim purpose. Where were the engineers in the last 10 years? Can an interim plan be 10 years? Where is the voice of the engineers? And I'm looking at my chairperson from CBE. When we move people, because there's a flood 3 years ago, to one location as an interim solution, and 3 years later, a flood hits them in that new position, that was an interim position. What happened in between? Where were the engineers in between that time? These are some of the challenges that, as engineering professionals, we have and we face on a day-to-day basis. Do we have the right voices at the right levels in the political space? I'm also looking at the member of the board of CIDB, Mr. Khupani Tumi. I'm posing these questions to you, as these are also happening to us in South Africa. But we are not unique. It's happening in Botswana. We had floods in Botswana. We had potholes. In fact, I believe when we heard where the restrooms were, we were told to watch out for potholes that have water by the chef, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we have to start taking ourselves seriously as engineering professionals. Therefore, addressing some of these challenges, and I agree they will require strong policy reforms, increased investments, regional cooperation, and an innovative funding mechanism in order for us to assist in solving some of these solutions. How does FAEO then propose to fit into all of these challenges in addressing some of the challenges I've spoken about, the key issues? Our first priority was to reinforce FAEO's internal structures by refining existing committees and establishing new ones to better serve our objectives. To enhance our impact, we have introduced several committees and working groups, ensuring a more structured approach to our vision and our mission. These new committees include a governance committee, which will strengthen FAEO's governance, transparency, and decision-making processes. We then also have an events and marketing committee. I am sure some of you sitting here did not know who FAEO was before the inauguration. And this marketing committee will assist in expanding FAEO's visibility, engagements through high-quality conferences and outreach initiatives. We have a funding and projects committee, which will assist FAEO in securing sustainable funding for the impact of our engineering projects. It is time that as a collective we start looking at bankable projects that will transform lives. And this committee is better placed to assisting us with talking to the world echelons of banking systems to get funding so that FAEO can start transforming lives. But not only that, this committee will also work on establishing a FAEO-accredited companies database. Because when we say we want to improve mobility of professionals and mobility of companies within the continent, how do we support them? How do we ensure we have vetted them? How do we enable that they get paid accordingly? We're here to support the African Free Trade Agreements. However, we need to enable our engineers to move freely within the continent and do business in the continent. So this FAEO-accredited companies database will enable industry to then ask us as FAEO if we know that company that wants to operate in their own country. And I would like FAEO member countries to take note of this as the chairperson of the Funding and Projects Committee, will start doing the work with his committee. We have a registrars committee, ladies and gentlemen. Registrars within the continent play a crucial role in ensuring that we standardize registration. We cannot have mobility if our registrars are not in the party with us. Because if an engineer from Botswana wants to go and do work in South Africa, the first point of call is the registrar. Therefore, we're bringing those registrars closer to FAEO because they're an integral part of ensuring we execute our strategy. Our registrars committee will also work in licensing processes to enhance professional mobility and also strengthen the mutual recognition agreements that you've heard of earlier on today. We cannot have mobility without our registrars, and that is a fact. While we then say Africa is the construction site, what happens when there's a dispute on this construction site? And at FAEO, we have started a working group called Alternate Dispute Resolution Committee, which will house all engineers who are specialists in dispute resolutions to then conduct across the continent as and when we have the request from the African Free Trade Agreement, AfCFTA. We are positioning FAEO to be responsive to mediation issues of projects that are happening within the continent. We have a Policy and Advocacy Committee, which will lead the efforts of shaping policies and promoting engineering excellence, and advocate for policy harmonization and support AU and other regional groups. I'm sure you've seen, as part of the congratulations messages, we received one from a GIZ, African Union representative. That is a sign that we are bringing the African Union closer to ourselves as FAEO. And lastly, we have a FAEO Academy that will invest in training, in leadership, development, and continuous education to empower African engineering professionals. This includes the establishment of a FAEO learning management system, ladies and gentlemen. And I am proud to announce that we have received our very first sponsor for the first phase of this LMS system. And ladies and gentlemen, if you do allow me, I would like to call Mr. Lidige and recognize him for sponsoring FAEO on the first phase of the LMS system through Member Survey. Mr. Lidige, can you stand up for everybody to see? Ladies and gentlemen, these structural improvements are a response to the evolving need of our engineering community. They are driven by the need for stronger governance and accountability, increased visibility and outreach, financial sustainability, standardized qualifications, and structured dispute resolutions. We can solve our own challenges, ladies and gentlemen, as Africans. And also a commitment to policy and advocacy through and through. Through continuous collaboration, assessments, innovation, we will remain flexible and responsive as a board, ladies and gentlemen. We want you to understand that we are here to listen, we are here to learn, and we are here to adjust as the need arises. I therefore stand here in front of you today, not just as a leader, but as a servant of this great profession. My commitment to all of you is to lead with integrity, to lead with vision and unyielding dedication to advancing engineering in Africa. I will ensure that FAEO remains dynamic. I think I was called that earlier. It will remain resilient and inclusive as an organization. It requires each and every one of us, ladies and gentlemen, to play a role in driving that change. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Engineering Council of South Africa. an institution that has been my home and cornerstone of my leadership journey, as I have and still am the president of the Engineering Council of South Africa. It really has been a privilege to serve as a president alongside dedicated professionals who are shaping the future of engineering in South Africa. To my engineering community in South Africa, we've got a few voluntary associations and their presidents here today. Your passion and resilience continue to inspire me, ladies and gentlemen. And I look forward to carrying our shared vision onto that continental stage. To my family and friends, my mentors, your unwavering support, encouragement, and sacrifices has really been a foundation for me, and I am truly grateful. Those who know me know what's about to happen, so I will finish very quickly. I extend heartfelt gratitude to all of the distinguished guests who are with us today as we partner in attending this inaugural meeting, but also, not only that, also celebrating the World Engineering Day. Ladies and gentlemen, we have made history today. We have made history today by celebrating the World Engineering Day in Africa and in an African way with African people who are committed to transforming our engineering profession. Celebrating this day is really symbolic because this is a global occasion, but it shows that as Africans, we are in the forefront of engineering excellence, and we are committed to shaping the future of this continent. I would like to extend a sincere appreciation to the Engineers Board of Botswana, ERB, and appreciate you for accepting the invitation to partner with EXA on hosting this prestigious day. Can you please give ERB a round of applause? The collaboration and dedication between ERB and EXA has really been instrumental in making this day a success, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your continued support, and really and truly EXA and Botswana are like brother and sister, like someone said. I did see that. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenges before us are significant, but can I just say that so too are the opportunities, as Africa possesses potential for growth. We have the potential to grow. And with our determination, with our collaboration, with our unwavering commitment to excellence, we can transform the engineering landscape of Africa. And by doing that, ladies and gentlemen, let us not undermine the value that we will contribute towards saving and transforming lives of millions. This is the day, ladies and gentlemen, that the Lord has made, and I thank you very much. In his absence, I would also like to recognize our second sponsor for 2025, Silindimpilo Development, ladies and gentlemen, who is the gentleman behind sponsoring our future leaders to coming to Botswana and taking care of all their accommodation needs. I would like for us to please recognize him and request that he gets the message of appreciation. In my appreciation for the Engineering Council of South Africa, I did forget to give them a token of appreciation. I was dodging a bullet of showing some tears in front of you. I would like them to please do me the honor of receiving this as a token of my appreciation. And similarly, I would like to appreciate ARB for the good work of hosting FAEO and joining with EXA. And I feel we have all felt at home as FAEO, and we really appreciate your contribution. May I request for my FAEO board members and Engineer Buthelezi to please come to the stage to receive a token of appreciation. Thank you, Engineer Eric, Engineer Papias, may I also request Her Excellency Me Tanikha Shope Soma to also come and receive a token. And lastly, I would like to honor the first female president of FAEO with a huge thank you, Engineer Kalyan Buthelezi. I really stand on the shoulders of giants. Please come and receive a thank you. when they say that sometimes when you are a mentor, you have to get out of your comfort zone for your mentees. Engineer Kalyan and I went to the stadium in Madrid, and we watched a match of Real Madrid and Barcelona. So we've seen it, we've been there, we've done it together. It was our first experience, but we did it together. I thank you so much for everything. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Refilwe keeps on talking about dodging a bullet, but the bullet I'm sending her follows her movements. It's a heat-seeking bullet. A round of applause for our president. So, President, if you think this gift-giving thing is your thing, you know this, FAEO, we are Africans. We are Africans. Me personally, I've told some of the federation presidents here that we are not serving lunch until you bring your gifts. Hey, silence, no, that's a joke. But we will be giving an opportunity for federations who, Madam President, have got gifts for you. DJ, give me some music. Give me something uplifting, fast, African. You know, AI, I've given you enough prompts. I'm sure you'll come up with something. The leaders, I know them, these ones. They love giving gifts. A round of applause.
The President of Nigerian Society of Engineers is unavoidably here. This gift is on behalf of the President and members of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. Just three of us were able to represent our country, and we have this gift for the President of FAEO. Congratulations.
A round of applause.
Madam President, from the Engineering Institution of Zambia, I'm representing the Thai Engineering Fraternity with my registrar, David, here. We are so proud of you and for you assuming leadership for the Federation of African Engineering Organizations. Your work at EXA gave us a lot of inspiration as an institution, And we have undertaken our own journey for accreditation on the Washington Accord with the International Engineering Alliance. We know of your passion for meeting objectives, and we offer to support you in your tenure. Thank you.
A round of applause, please.
Is it my turn? You're jumping the queue. All right. In the spirit of transparency, it's not in any box, so. This is from the Institution of Engineers, Tanzania, and they say, if you are not on the table, you are on the menu. So in Berlin, Africa was not on the table, it was on the menu. But when they carved the countries in Africa, one which they got very right is this one. So I present to you, on behalf of the Institution of Engineers Tanzania, with the message that Engineer Refilwe Buthelezi, President of FAEO, for good leadership in pursuit of a better Africa in engineering cadre during FAEO presidential inauguration held on this day of the 4th March 2025 at Gaborone, Botswana, and I present.
It's your time now. It sounds like presidential elections.
Madam President, just as we gave the first passport to Her Excellency, Ghana is giving you a passport, to your presidency. And in recognition of that, we have a little plaque.
So let me take it out. Okay. So the plaque reads, Ghana Institution of Engineering, presentation to Engineer Refilwe Buthelezi, professional engineer, on the occasion of your investiture as the President of the Federation of African Engineering Organizations, 2025 FAEO Presidential Inauguration, held at Gaborone Hall, Botswana, 4th March 2025.
And this is a call. And this is a call for you to drive from our individual excellence to our group excellence. Thank you.
But that is not the only presentation we are making. The other one is edible. If you know anything about Ghana, we are known for cocoa. So we brought along chocolates, but we brought 2 different types of chocolates. So there's one box of chocolate I believe comes from the Women in Engineers. This is a special gift, and they're expecting you in Ghana, so know this. Then there's another set of chocolates that are absolutely special, and they are special because they were made by me. From bean to bar chocolates, craft chocolates. So the box looks like this. And that's for you. There's a full box. So this is just a sample, for you to see. It's okay. Take it. Thank you very much.
Madam Past President, you shouldn't have shown them. Now we have to organize security for President. A round of applause.
So who's the representative of this?
Any FAEO representatives from WE, please join us on the stage. WE representatives.
That is Women in Engineering. Because I was afraid we did sound broad. I almost joined you as well. A round of applause as they come.
Madam President, we're so excited, and as Women in Engineering under FAEO, we came together to bring you these gifts. As you mentioned, you're standing on the shoulder of giants, and we also believe we're standing on the shoulder of giants. Your election presents a bigger future for all of us in Africa. And yeah, we've brought you some flowers, a message from FAEO WE President, a message from WIFIO WE President. We've also got a congratulatory plaque from the engineers in Tanzania. We have the chocolate, as was mentioned, from Ghana. We have cloth. We've got a few other kitchen handy gifts. And yeah, some wine. So this is just to appreciate you, and congratulations again.
Oh, wow. Madam President, I can see that you might not have room to take this back, so I am providing transport as a gift to help you take some of the gifts home. Madam President, this is a massive show of support. I know that you appreciate it. You try to avoid it, but we found you. And we are here to support you. We are here to work with you, to be dynamic, to be agile, and to grow our continent through this. So if there are any members of the media who would like to engage the FAEO President and the Engineering Council of South Africa and Engineers Registration Board, to please go to room 7 for that opportunity. While that is happening, for the rest of us, we will be enjoying lunch. So as we conclude, I would like to leave you with something that I found, and this is from a video that I saw of His Excellency President Duma Boko, who characterized himself as a madman. He said, I'm a madman in a world of ideas. And this is a reflection of his fervent commitment to innovation thinking. He further expresses his dedication by stating that his aspirations are centered on the dreams and welfare of the people, indicating his readiness to step aside once he has demonstrated the viability of his visions. Additionally, he identified himself as a son of the poor, the peasants, and the marginalized in society. Let this be a reminder of the power of the innovation we can bring through engineering, not only to bring development and progress, but to also bring dignity to our people. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mandaram Tumbu, and thank you very much for participating and your enthusiasm in this session. And thank you to all the speakers as well. Thank you. Good afternoon. Vasale Zwabudi, Lisale Sintle. Pula.